Hello, 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 hello. How's everybody doing? How's it going? All right, so first off, let me zoom in here. So first off, I do got to make some small announcements, nothing too major. So the upcoming few weeks are going to be a little hectic for me. So the stream schedule might be thrown completely awry. Just be warned. I'll try my best to at least stream like for like my reaction to the chapter. Uh, but afterwards it might be messy. Let's just say my work is getting a little messy and I have to work a lot more. So until that stabilizes, unfortunately, my schedule is like completely fucked. So I just wanted to warn you guys ahead of time that streaming might be a little weird for a bit. Worst case, I might stream really late into the day, or I might just not stream as much. You know, I'll try my best. I might end up streaming weekends. What I've noticed is I might end up streaming weekends, so maybe like Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I might end up starting to stream those for a bit. Um, but like the base week is a little kind of a shit show. The base week is kind of a shit show. So yeah, just want to give you guys a heads up that it's a little weird right now. On the upside, more money and overtime. So that's an upside. I'm gonna have more bang for my buck. So I got that going for me at the very least. But yeah, just a quick heads up. Um, yeah, that's pretty much it. So I guess let's start with mute. I know a lot of people sent me things. Like a lot of people sent me things. I'm sorry I didn't read all of it. I just wasn't in the mood. I would occasionally reply to people on like Twitter when I was scrolling through, like some Japanese fans or something. But I didn't feel like reading like everything everyone wrote. You know, like Eddie Man, you're not the only one. I had like two other people send me stuff, and I got our email friend sending me something. So I kind of just didn't read that much, read that stuff as much. Just a heads up. Oh yeah, I will say, Thursdays I might be able to do some streaming really early. So that is one upside. So Thursdays I might be okay. Okay, so let me. I guess I okay. Before we start, before we start, let's backtrack. Let's backtrack. Okay, so there are some positives. There are some positives. Um, on Monday and Wednesday, or sorry, Monday and Tuesday, I can get off at 2:45 at the latest, which means I would need like 20 minutes to get home or something, get ready, so I could stream maybe 3:30 on Monday and Tuesday. Right? That's in case I need to I need to cancel the usual like structure. Wednesday is just so far it looks like a complete no-go. So far. Wednesday just seems like the no-go day. I can't fucking do anything about Wednesday. It doesn't seem like I can stream or do fucking anything. Thursday, I might be able to stream in the morning. Thursday, I might have some time to stream in the morning. It would probably be early. I could maybe start at 8 o'clock or something. And then I would end like 12:30, which I think is pretty nice amount of time, all things considered. Granted, a little early. And then Friday through Saturday, I might have more time to stream and do stuff. So that's what I mean. It's like Wednesday just seems like the day that's just fucked. It's just been murdered. So in that sense, it's a little all over the place. So yeah, that's just kind of, I guess, what I want to say. Okay, Ryan Morales, hello. What's up? Schedule's fucked, but we're gonna try reading stuff. So we're gonna start with Mute's analysis. This is a review and commentary with satisfaction rating 436. The time this theme is Omata is Chizuru's mirror. Really? While the two seem like complete opposites, they may have something in common. And if Omata is Chizuru's mirror, then so is Minnie, because I called Minnie Chizuru's mirror. Just saying. Because I made a similar statement. Okay. The cover illustration contrasts Chizuru's time as a rental girlfriend with her stage performance. Umi showers Chizuru with praise for her acting, but the emphasis on Tokakushi's work here might be a foreshadowing of future events. Umi interacts with Chizuru in a light-hearted manner, but I wish she had more to say regarding this, but it doesn't seem like it. Maybe someone else will. What was Umi trying to tell Chizuru at the time? From his expression, it seems to be a serious matter, and Chizuru also appears to be on guard. Umi probably won't say anything that would upset Chizuru as her play opens tomorrow. Yeah, so pretty much like it's what he said. Like, here, if you don't believe me, like this is what Umi's doing. Like he said this to Ruka. Like it remains consistent with what he has spoken. It should be right here. To be honest, I saw you locking arms the other day. You looked pretty close. It made me a little curious. I considered asking Chizuru-chan about it, but if there really was something going on between you two, I realized it might be careless for me to upset her. All right. It makes sense why he would do that because, you know, she's going through her fucking play right now. Not a good idea. Okay. He's not going to confess to Chizuru, and he's been told to keep quiet about what he's talked about with Ruka. And I don't think he'll mention Kazi here or now, so I guess it's something work-related. In chapter 288, Umi warned Chizuru about living with Kazuya, saying, "You're an actress with a bright future." However, now that he's supporting Chizuru's love life, he's not going to tell her not to date Kazuya, and he just disappeared after saying he had something to talk to Chizuru about. So it doesn't seem like it was an urgent matter, right? Doesn't seem like it was urgent, or at the very least, not urgent enough to impact her current career. You know, in chapter like again, it's literally there in the text. Him saying something would just get in the way, right? In chapter 390, Chizuru said that the understudy role in this play was a pretty good role, but Omada said it was just a minor role, right? So there's a contradiction, right? That we talked about this when we were reacting to the chapter. There is a contradiction. Something is weird here, right? There is a literal contradiction happening here, right? Showing that their assessment of the role differ. For Chizuru, it was a play by a director she had always wanted to work for, while for Omata, it was just probably a minor role from a career development perspective, right? Well, I guess it's a big role in the sense that it could pave the way for bigger roles. So Chizuru lied to many? Not necessarily. It's a like he said, it's a different of perspective. It is a minor role, most likely. She's just the villain for the most part. However, it could pave the way for a bigger role. So in a sense, Chizuru technically lied to many, right? Chizuru technically lied to many. She was acting, right? It is a minor role that could become a big role. And I think Reiji is like I said before, what this chapter does is highlight these contradictions for you. It's literally starting to show you these contradictions, right? You've been told certain things. So why are they not as they appear? And remember, when we first read chapter 390, I was like the first person to say, "Ayo, this chapter's a fucking lie." I was the first person to say, "This chapter's a fucking lie." And here we are literally getting like indicators. Oh, look, there were in fact lies in this chapter. There were in fact lies in this chapter. The stream title confused me so much I had to join. Well, welcome. Come on in. Are you like you're brand new, huh? What are you hoping? What are you expecting, buddy? What are you expecting, friend? Let's see. I guess we'll just keep going for now. let's see. Umi was concerned about Chizuru's relationship with men, but Amano is actually happy that Chizuru was getting a boyfriend. She doesn't interfere in Chizuru's private life and understands Chizuru desires to succeed through acting rather than being marked as an idol. Yeah, Chizuru doesn't care to be an idol, right? That's Sumi's dream. That's what the fuck Sumi wants to do. Chizuru doesn't give a fuck about that, right? Chizuru has never been interested in being an idol. She wants to act, right? That's very different. Acting and idols are very different thing. Not a single clue. The renting girlfriend part is kind of concerning. It's a manga that is very infamous online, but I'm one of the few people who says it's actually genuinely good. So if you don't know what Rental Girlfriend is a series where, well, as the title goes, basically it's about people who rent a girlfriend. It is not sexual. It is basically you getting to experience what it's like to have a girlfriend. Now, the story talks about various things here, where, for instance, it talks about like what it's like to have money in a relationship and how that's related to normal relationships, as well as how it can influence a negative relationship negatively. What the fuck happened? There goes my camera. Why did my camera go? Give me a sec. Sorry. Here, I'll set it back up. Whoops. All good. All set up. Okay. Okay, so yeah, basically Rent a Girlfriend is a series about talking about relationships. It is complicated, it is messy. If you're in for this series for some sort of orthodox read, this might not be for you. This story might not be for you. Just a heads up. If you're willing to go into this series with with open-mindedness and like look at it a little bit differently and maybe not listen to the internet, what is going on? Okay, sorry. Trying a bunch of stuff happening with the camera. Just give me a sec. Yeah. All right. Okay, maybe this time nothing will happen. Believe in a dream. Crossing our fingers here. Yeah. So just be a little more open-minded with reading this series. But yeah, and the other thing too is it's kind of long. You can start with the anime if you're interested. I think the anime is a decent starting point, but the anime can also be kind of a double-edged sword where despite it being a good starting point, it can kind of shoot you in the foot too because of the way it characterizes the cast. And it has in my opinion, the anime has some issues with the way it goes about characterizing the cast, and it robs the story of some of its storytelling. So just something I thought I'd warn you guys against. Anyways, this is for this new person. Welcome. I talk about Rent a Girlfriend stuff, and then I also talk about other things. Anyways, I know I'm jumping ahead, but the next chapter, how crazy would it be if Kazuya didn't pass his driver's test? Do you think it's a possibility? Well, we already talked about this. The teaser for next time is graduation, and the teasers have been like almost consistent. Like that's the thing. Every time we've gotten a teaser, it's been like consistently true. I think Kazuya is going to pass. I actually think Kazuya is going to pass. I think everything is going to go well, and that is the biggest failure. I've said this like for a hot minute now. Everyone's like, Kazuya's not going to pass. Kazuya's not going to pass. Kazuya's not going to pass. Like, you're not the only one. This has been a consistent thing, you know? But I think what Reiji is doing is showing you everything is going well. And that's exactly the problem. Everything is going well, and that is exactly the problem. Anyways, let's continue reading what you wrote. Okay. Umi was concerned about Chizuru's relationship with men, but Omana was actually happy that Chizuru was getting a boyfriend. She doesn't interfere in Chizuru's private life and understands Chizuru's desire to succeed through acting, rather than being marked as an idol. Yes, Chizuru is, like we said, Chizuru's not interested. She wants to succeed through her acting, through her skills, not through how other people perceive her. That's what's interesting. That's what's interesting. Like, this is an interesting thing that came to my mind 2 seconds ago, like not 2 seconds ago, like yesterday. While I was looking at the cover of the chapter, and it just like clicked for me. The cover is Chizuru as a rental girlfriend and Chizuru as an actress. Now, I want you to look at Chizuru as an actress. Chizuru Ichinose, the actress, locking the fuck in. She is locking the fuck in. Okay? Why is that interesting? Because what is Kazuya's problem? He is comparing Chizuru Ichinose and Chizuru Mizuhara. What if... And this just clicked for me right now. What if he's seeing Chizuru Ichinose, the actress, and not Chizuru Ichinose, the person? I can't believe I didn't think of that. I can't believe I didn't think of that. What if he's seeing Chizuru Ichinose, the actress, not Chizuru, not the real person? So he's actually seeing two completely different acts. And he's relating that to the real her. And that is just like, oh shit. How did oh, okay then, that could make some sense. And that's the problem, is like, he can't tell the difference between reality and fiction. He can't tell when like Chizuru is being a good actress and when Chizuru is being the real her. So her two masks then. He's conflating masks for reality. No, everyone has multiple masks. He's just conflating masks for reality. Okay, let's see. Although it's only briefly mentioned here, Chizuru is thinking of quitting her job as a rental girlfriend. Besides wanting to focus on her acting career, she has previously stated that she would quit if she got a boyfriend. So I think Chizuru is anticipating getting a boyfriend in the future. Regarding the question of whether the episode of Amada's broken engagement was necessary, it serves to highlight Chizuru's high level of happiness by contrasting it with Chizuru's future happiness. It also depicts the good relationship between Chizuru and Omata. Huh. I'm going to translate that differently, mostly because I don't understand what he's trying to say. Regarding the question of whether... Okay, no, okay, that didn't translate it. Detected language. Oh my god. Stop. Close this. Okay, let's try it again. Please. Okay. Deep breath, child. As for the question of whether the episode involving Mrs. Omata's broken engagement is necessary, it serves to emphasize the extent of Chizuru's happiness by contrasting it with that situation, as she is about to find happiness herself. It also depicts the good relationship between Chizuru and Mrs. Omata. Okay. That makes a little more sense. Okay. Remember, we're just using machine translations. Like, we're not going to be accurate. The page is the biggest mystery this page is the biggest mystery this time. In terms of chronology, you know what it means. Chronology. In the first panel, Chizuru is holding a photo frame. In the second panel, the photo frame is inexplicably face down. The shading makes it seem like this is a flashback to the past. Then Chizuru picks up a photo of Sayuri. This connects to the first panel. The mystery is why the picture of the face down photo frame is inserted in the second panel and who the person in the photo is. Yeah, we came to the conclusion it was, oh. Well, that happened again. Stuff with work, as usual, and I'm not interested. Okay. Where were we? Yeah, so this page seems to be the center of confusion for a lot of people. So, yeah, let's focus on that. The mystery is why the picture of the face down photo frame is inserted in the second panel and who the person in the photo is. Basically, Chizuru's Buddhist altar has photos of her grandparents and mother. However, regardless of whose photo it is, there's no need to turn it over, nor is there any depiction of the past, is there? I can't figure out, so I'll leave that aside for now. Yeah. Someone seems to have responded. Maybe they said something interesting. Yeah, that's a fair read. This page is the biggest mystery this time. In terms of okay, we already read this. Mystery is why the picture of the face down photo frame is okay, we read this. Chizuru's words, I'm not saying you have to take responsibility for what happened back then, refers to what Sayuri said in page 112. Oh. There's no more suitable for you than Kazuya. Chizuru's response was, I wish you had taken responsibility, at least told me the reason. But then she's talking about apologizing. That's a little confusing. That's a little confusing. But then she's talking about apologizing right after. Wait, that's weird. Let me ask. That's a little confusing. Oh, she was referring to the rejection or something else. Granted, I do see the read of her not wanting to be like her mom, so she covers her mom's picture and doesn't want to talk to her about this because her mom represents the bad, so she would assume like, oh, this could influence, like, I don't want to view Kazuya through the lens of my mom, but through the lens of Sayuri. But that in of itself is hiding from the truth, wouldn't you say? Because apparently, through Chizuru's perspective, her mom slept around and had many partners. So, in that sense, is she not avoiding that truth? Similarly to how when Umi showed up, Chizuru never finds out what that was. So Chizuru is literally like avoiding that truth that, you know, something could have happened, but because she can't accept that something could have happened, she can't see that Kazuya was actually hurt in all of this. Right? She can't recognize that Kazuya is actually doing terribly right now. But I can kind of see. However, now that Chizuru understands the meaning of Sayuri's words, her response has changed too. I'm not saying you have to take responsibility. Let's go apologize together next time, like referring to her ambiguous attitude towards Kazuya, which confused him. But she doesn't know. I think this is a bit of an assumption. I think this is a bit of an assumption, which could work because maybe Chizuru herself is assuming. If you think about it like that Chizuru herself is assuming, then it fits that, you know, that it fits his assumption. Because I couldn't quite make out what to read from that scene. I was a little confused. This isn't necessarily incorrect. This read isn't necessarily incorrect. I don't necessarily disagree with this read. That it could be this scene that she's referring to. Especially if the language is similar. You know, especially if the language is similar. Which is something we can definitely check, I guess. I don't see many similarities. This right here seems similar. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. This looks similar. Okay, the text right here does seem similar. It's not identical, but it's similar. I think this one right here is different from this one. Or maybe it just looks different. But there does seem to be a similarity between the two. I can ask Crumpy. I can double check with Crumpy. I doubt he'll get back to me right now, but it's something worth checking. Especially if there's a similarity in the language that they're using. Are these... Or... What now? Keeps calling. Give me a sec. I'm gonna mute for a sec. Okay. I kid you fucking not. I kid you fucking not. Someone from my work who used to be an employee for me subscribed to my channel, and they were so someone wanted to go home and they were feeling sick or something, and they were trying to get a hang of me, and I'm just like, okay, no, I'm busy, I can't, right? So that's why the screen kept blanking out like that, right? And I hope they would understand that I'm like, okay, I'm not answering the phone, therefore I'm not available. Go talk to someone else, right? I need you to understand that, right? Because I can't constantly answer the phone to everyone and just constantly be involved with people. So they bring it to the group chat, and I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. And someone, that person who no longer works there, subscribed to my channel and literally posted that I was streaming to say that I'm not busy. And I'm just like, could you fuck off? Like, so I'm sorry if I seem a little irritated right now, because I am busy. This is something that matters to me. I'm sorry if they can't perceive that, just in case they happen to be watching this for some weird fucking reason. Yeah. So yeah, that's why my screen kept blanking out like that. People kept calling me. And like I can't always answer the phone or be available to answer the phone for them. Like, so I just told them, like, hey, go talk to the person in charge. It's not my problem right now. Sorry. It just, I've, like, that felt very invasive. So I felt like sharing it. That felt very invasive. So that's why I felt like sharing it. You know? I'm like, okay, if you're going to be that invasive, then sure, you get put on blast too. So let's see. Crumpy says, both use the word responsibility. Interesting. So both of them use the word responsibility. Do you think they're connected? See, that's something that's definitely lost in translation. That's something that's definitely lost in translation. The fact that Chizuru used the word responsibility. Okay. Okay, so that's something that's definitely lost in translation. That's not good. This is what pisses me off about localization. It's like, bro, no, like, oh shit, sorry. I thought so when reading the chapter, at least. Thanks. Definitely lost in translation. The apology must be about Odaiba then. Okay, so that's what the scene is about. Okay, then. Okay. Okay, so that's definitely like, I didn't put 2 and 2 together immediately. That's for sure. But if you think about it, it makes a lot of sense, because these 2 scenes, this happens right before the date. Right? This happens right before the date. So this happening just before the date again makes a lot of sense. Right? These 2 things happening together back to back in a similar way is almost identical, right? It's like it's giving you the illusion we're correcting some sort of wrong. Right? That's kind of what it's going for. It's giving us the illusion that we're correcting some kind of wrong. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Because that's the only person Chizuru would be apologizing to, would be Kazuya. I think. Now, the question arises where this is where something interesting happens. If we go to this chapter, oh, whoops. So this is chapter 325, I think. It has been a hot fucking minute since we've seen this chapter, maybe 324. Right? So it's been over 100 chapters since we saw this. If you don't remember it, that is okay. I am not holding it against you, bro. If you don't remember this, I ain't holding it against you, bro. Okay. Honestly, if you were going too far with that, then you could have at least told me why you thought that before you died. It's not here either, so you can't place it together either. If you had read the original text, you might have had an easier time placing it together because you would recognize that she used the word responsibility here and she used the word responsibility there. So you could see a connection. Because we don't get that word for responsibility here, we can't piece it together, right? You could, like, theoretically, you still could, but 100 chapters, bro. Over 100 chapters. The current chapter is 136. This is what chapter 124. This would have, 324, 436. So 112 chapters. 112 chapters. Try to fucking piece that together. So yeah, so these scenes are connected. Now, what is interesting is this particular scene. You'll notice Chizuru is in light the whole time. That's kind of what caught my eye. While Chizuru is doing this, there's not a scene where you see her in darkness except for here. This is the only shot you see her in darkness in. The entire other scene, even when she says she's going to figure it out, she's in light. She's in total light. And I think that's interesting because when you see this current chapter and when she's talking to Sayuri, she's in darkness. Right? I think to me that's interesting. The fact that Chizuru is in darkness. Right? The fact that she's in darkness right here. I think that's a tell. Because I think secretly maybe she does blame her. I think she does blame her. But she says she doesn't. Right? She's like, I'm not going to ask you to take responsibility, but she does. She asked her earlier to do so. Therefore, she doesn't think she can ask her to take responsibility. However, this is what's interesting. Maybe she's saying these words to the wrong person. That's why Chizuru's mom's picture is down. She's saying these words to the wrong person. Maybe she's actually secretly blaming her mom this whole time. And this is who she needs to actually say it to. But she's talking to Sayuri and she turned her mom's picture down. I think that's maybe a more possible indicator. That's why we're seeing this picture down. I think this picture being down is very important. I think Chizuru does blame her mom and she does want her mom to take responsibility. But she can never do that, right? And she turns Chizuru's mom's photo down because this isn't for her, right? She still wants her mom to take responsibility. That's why she puts her mom's picture down. No, you're not getting a pass. She is. There's a difference. I think that's what this is indicating. There is a difference. No, Sayuri gets a pass. My mom does not get a pass. That's I think the indicator for this scene. If it is what we believe it to be. So, yeah, I think we can understand the scene a little better now. But come with me to apologize next time, okay? So what's she going to do? Carry just the photo with her? What's she going to do? Carry the photo with her? All right. And what's interesting, too, is Sayuri is also depicted in shadow, right? The picture of Sayuri are also depicted in shadow, which shows how even Sayuri herself is shadowed, right? Even Sayuri herself is blind, just as Chizuru is blind. I think this scene is giving us the illusion of resolution. It gives you the illusion that Chizuru has seemingly figured this out, that Chizuru knows what she's doing, that she came to some sort of realization. But she's being depicted in shadow because there are things she's clearly not aware of. Probably internal, not necessarily external. There are internal things that are not resolved that she needs to become aware of. Is the title of the chapter a red herring? No, not necessarily. There is a realization being found here. There is a realization being found here. A realization that quite literally interrupts her script. Chizuru is reading a script, this whole sequence here. And that script is interrupted in the very end. But it makes you question, is this part of the script or is the script being interrupted? Right? Are these final lines that Chizuru says, are they part of a script or are they the script being interrupted? Right? And it's interesting, this happens right as she says every baby is born innocent, and yet it shows her mom, so her mom is not innocent. She doesn't view her mom as innocent. She's not absolving her mom of any responsibility. She thinks her mom is still responsible, right? So this scene is very much indicating that more. So like two different scenes where on one hand, she absolves Sayuri of responsibility, but she does not absolve her mom of responsibility, right? But then, right as she talks about innocence, she sure as fuck starts appearing really innocent. Right as she speaks of innocence, she starts appearing innocent. And I think that's really interesting. Mumble, 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 mumble. And then the mumbling is gone. I see. Yeah, I see who Varicus. Yeah. The mumbling ends. And the silence begins. Cool. And this is interesting. The mumbling is contrasted by Omata's yapping. Yappity yappity yap 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 yappy yappity yap it. And that's contrasted by the mumbling here. And it only ends with silence. I sound so stupid saying it out loud. And this is very like, you know, like the past, where Chizuru would say stuff like that. The way she's tucked into bed is really interesting to me. It's like she's doing this. It's like she's like, you know when you want to hold yourself tight, so your shoulders lift. It kind of looks like her shoulders are lifting underneath the bed. But I also think it's really interesting that we're not seeing like underneath the bed. We're only seeing the top. And I know it sounds weird when you say it like that, but yes, that's I think the point. You know. Let's go back to reading what I was reading before. Before we got distracted, though you should need to apologize. Though why would she need to apologize with her grandma? Maybe you have the courage to do it. Could be. Maybe because she actually does want her. Doesn't want her mom. Okay, so Crumpy was saying it's like, why does she need her grandma to be with her? And I'm like, maybe it's like he said, maybe it's courage. I'm like, maybe it is courage, but maybe it's because she wants her there by her side, but doesn't want her mom there to poison it. So Chizuru views her mom as like a poison to the relationship, and she shouldn't be present in the relationship. She doesn't want her mom to influence her relationship in any way, even though her mom gets to see that Chizuru's gonna have a boyfriend. But she doesn't want what is it? Oh, I'm so distracted. It's fucking annoying. I don't know how to refocus and not be so distracted. It's kind of annoying, honestly. Fuck, I feel so distracted. How the hell do I refocus? Okay. Maybe just read more of what Crumpy is saying. The thought of I might get a boyfriend in 2 weeks is a very passive way of thinking. It's not an active I'm going to get a boyfriend. This creates a precarious relationship where she might accept Kazuya's confession if he confesses to her, but wouldn't become his girlfriend if he doesn't. Huh. The clock shows July 4th, so one panel represents the passage of 1 week. The author probably wants to get Kazuya to his driver's license quickly to move the story forward. But the problem is that his relationship with Ruka hasn't been resolved, and we don't know what Umi was trying to say. The week leading up to July 11th might be depicted as at a considerable length. Oh. A next time graduation. The title undoubtedly refers to the final driving test, but in manga terms, the story wouldn't progress if he failed. So he'll probably graduate successfully, with the special drive arc, which is depicted on Kazuya's t-shirt, begin. The special drive arc. That's pretty funny. So that's her mom's photo that's face down. We think so. I really agree that I might have a boyfriend in 2 weeks is a passive response. It's true that Chizuru doesn't really have a clear image of what it would be like after they become a couple. She might still have feelings for Kazuya when July 11th arrives. He confesses his feelings and they become a couple, but things will probably remain ambiguous and there will likely be more trouble. I certainly don't think they will end up dating easily. Yeah, I didn't think about it at the time, but that is a very passive response where it's like, I might, not I will. You know, that is kind of an indicator. I might. It could happen, not it will happen. So I think that's kind of important. Is it the same in English? Yep, it's the same. She says I might. I didn't think about it at the time. That makes sense. Am I misinterpreting this? Chizuru is holding a portrait of Grandma Sayuri and says, I'm not saying if take responsibility what happened back then, but next time. I think this means that Chizuru's Grandma Sayuri will go and apologize together. Perhaps the apology instead of return the picture frame. I might have been confusing, but I meant that Chizuru is asking Sayuri or her portrait to apologize to Kazuya together. However, since Sayuri is deceased, Chizuru is speaking with her portrait as a lighthearted joke. There has been no previous depictions of the portrait being turned over. Honestly, I really think it's likely that important that Kazuya fails the driving test. He has spent the entire series at this point feeling like he wants to be perfect. If he plans it all the way. No, but like, see, before he's tried to be perfect and he failed. Do you know? Okay, what I don't understand. Okay, let me clear some stuff up. Kazuya, what is it? Sorry, just gotta put my brain back together. Okay, Kazuya has tried to be perfect in the past and failed. Right, that is Kazuya's entire thing. He has tried to be perfect in the past and failed. What this arc is saying is essentially this. What if he succeeds? That is what the point. That to me is the point of this arc. What if he does in fact succeed? What would happen? That's right. It still wouldn't solve your problem. Just because you succeeded, it doesn't mean your problem is resolved. Right? Just because you succeeded, it does not mean your problem is resolved. And I think that is the point. So him succeeding in the driving test, I think, makes sense. In him succeeding in of itself would be a subversion. Right? Wouldn't that be interesting? The success is the subversion. Because everybody thinks he's going to fail. Right? Everybody is under the impression he's going to fail. What if he succeeds? And that is his greatest failure. Right? That makes a lot of sense to me. You know? Kazuya's entire thing in the past has been failing successfully. What if now he successfully fails? It seems Umi doesn't intend to cause any major trouble among the main characters, right? Also, I think Kazuya will be able to get his license without any problems. However, since Kazuya will soon no longer be seen at the driving school, I think Umami will make one last desperate attempt to get his attention. Yeah, that I can agree to. That I can definitely agree to. You know? That, okay, Mommy, your time is up. What are you going to do? You know? Mommy's about to run out of time. What's she going to do? Do you think that Chizuru were referring to apologize with lines for Kazuya's grandma? I thought that too at the time, but it seems very distinctly to Kazuya. But it could be about his grandma too. I don't know. It's possible. You're not necessarily... Like, we can't know for a fact, but it seems like it's at the very least related to Kazuya. At the very least, it seems related to Kazuya. And in particular, maybe the rejection. Or maybe that she lied about something. Maybe she's hiding something. Maybe she lied about the role that she's currently doing. And that's something she needs to apologize for. Maybe it's the illusion that she needs to apologize again. You know? Because, you know, they're separated again. You know, before they were separated 3 months. Now they're separated 1.5 months. So maybe she feels the need to apologize for that again. About being a real couple back then in the hospital. No, not necessarily. He still wouldn't be perfect. I honestly believe that him succeeding in the driving test would require him to get lucky. But he has been getting lucky a lot, actually. Yeah. Kazuya has just been on a lucky streak. Kazuya's just been on a lucky fucking streak, dude. It's just been luck after luck after luck. Dude is getting away with shit. So everything going would be the same as Odaiba. So what would be the different side from succeeding? Well, no, it actually wouldn't be like Odaiba. Everything building up to Odaiba looked like success. When you get into Odaiba, you feel like you're succeeding, but if you actually look at it, you're not succeeding. Right? This is kind of the flip of that. What if you literally are succeeding? Like, for a fact, you are fucking winning. Shit's going well. You're winning. Right? What if you're winning the entire time? What if you're just getting A pluses the whole goddamn time, but the point isn't the A plus? You're winning at the wrong thing, bro. You're fucking up because it's not the same thing. There is a parallel. Absolutely. There is a parallel between this and Odaiba. The difference is that these are things Kazuya is choosing to do himself, and they feel like things that are actually helpful. Whereas the things happening in Odaiba, you could kind of tell, okay, this is a little superficial. You know, he gets new clothes, he scouts out the date, he does all this stuff. This is like basically taking Odaiba and quadrupling down on it and making it seem plausible. Right? Whereas Odaiba still had some things in it that were not necessarily plausible. This is just like, oh, seems pretty plausible. A lot of people seem to be under the impression Kazuya is, in fact, improving. Right? And here, just to give you like an indicator of this, Reiji did say that I think this was in a Twitter space. He said that when he was making the arc where Minnie and Kazuya were in Odaiba, like when they were scouting out Joypolis, he thought that arc was not going to be successful. He was worried about how people were going to react to this arc, right? The date and the boyfriend, this entire arc. He was worried about how people were going to react to this arc. But something really interesting happened here. And this is probably what set Reiji on the particular path that we're on. The ratings stayed good. The perception of this arc remained good. So despite this arc being 24 parts, the ratings never dropped. And it gave Reiji an impression. Oh, people actually like Kazuya. I can focus on him because I want to. So that's what he did. And so if you look at the structure of this particular arc, right, the date and the boyfriend, if you look at the structure of this particular arc, it is almost identical to the current saga we are in. It is almost identical. It's the fucking same. Most of it is Kazuya, and occasionally other female characters interject in between. Like just on a surface level. That's pretty much what it is. Right? Other characters interject in between. And most of the arc is focused around Kazuya. And there's a lot of character exploration and character dissection. It's an almost identical arc. And I would argue if you go back to when we were reading this arc, you would have a very similar feeling. Like the feeling that arc gave you would be really similar. Right? And then as we get out of that arc, there is a shift. You feel a kind of shift. Like shit just got real really, really fast. Right? After you get out of this arc, it's like you remember you were fucking alive. And you're like, what the fuck? This is weird. Right? What the fuck? This is weird. So I do think that is definitely present here. We are, in a sense, approaching the end of that arc, and we are transitioning into the real shit. I thought the point of Odaiba was that he thought everything was fine, but he still didn't get what he wanted. I also would see him succeeding as him just repeating the same thing better. In a sense, yes, you're not necessarily incorrect, but this is different. It's not like the structure of the arc is the same to some degree. What it is doing is a little different because in that arc, what was going on is that Kazuya had an inkling of what he needed to do, you know, but he was still kind of okay because he was living with Chizuru. And slowly but surely he gets under this illusion that he needs to do these things. You know, it's kind of like very small, very condensed. Like you said, better or bigger. So when you're going through that arc, it's very much like kind of a small scale illusion, you know? You could think of it as a few lies that seem convincing to you. Once Odaiba happens, this is what makes this arc what it is. Why? Because after Odaiba, Kazuya starts believing these lies. That's pretty much what Odaiba is. After Odaiba, after he's rejected, now he starts believing these things. They're not just simply an illusion, right? This isn't simply an illusion anymore. No. He believes it. It's real. So with Odaiba, it's like you could tell he had a lot of doubt, right? Now, go to Odaiba and go to when Minnie said things to him. He's like, sometimes she's right, and then sometimes he's like, no, that doesn't sound correct. He would doubt her a lot. Now, there's like no doubt at all. He just trusts her. What Odaiba did was make that a reality. I would say maybe that's Chizuru's greatest mistake. Chizuru's greatest mistake was turning the illusion into reality. It's real now. The lie is real now. And why do I say that? Because what did I say at the very end of Odaiba, right? When Kazuya is carrying her home, right? There's a very intentional similarity between this page and the end of Hawaiians, right? The end of Hawaiians is what? The lie coming true. Chizuru kisses him. And all of it is light, but the words are written in black. Here, it's all darkness and the words are written in white. The lie became real. But you're living a lie. Back then, the lie became real, but you're living in the real world. You're in a fake place, but what you're experiencing is real. You're in a real place, but what you're experiencing is fake. The lie became real. I think that's kind of what this arc is. That's the difference between that arc in Odaiba, where Kazuya is under an illusion, and what this current arc is. He is literally living an illusion. He's not just under an illusion. I mean, maybe the point is that he is doing the same thing, but getting what he wants this time. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. The illusion is real. That must give him the feeling that what he did this time was enough now. That would also mean that he thinks he has to keep up the perfection he has achieved now to actually stay worthy of Chizuru, right? Yeah. Right? So he actually succeeded. And he thinks he must keep up the perfection lest he lose her. So Kazuya's illusion is going to break before or on July 11th. It's less the illusion breaking and more you realize your life's a lie. Or who you think you are is a lie. So it's not simply an illusion breaking, it's more like cope ending. Less illusion breaking, more cope ending. Okay, so I'm gonna read what Eddie Man said. I think it's a valid statement to want to be better for her. There's nothing wrong for wanting to be better for your partner. There is something wrong with wanting to change yourself for your partner, or your partner demanding you become a different person for them. You know? Like change is not necessarily the problem. It's what is the demand for change? Like what are you actually asking to happen? And that's the problem. It's the sentiment being twisted into something else. It's the sentiment being twisted into something else. Okay. Chizuru not seeing him. Chizuru isn't simply not seeing him. Like that's a part of it. Chizuru isn't necessarily not only not physically seeing him. When she looks at him, she very much sees she's her grandpa. Right? Not only is Chizuru not seeing him, when she looks at him, she very much sees her grandpa. And in many ways, I think what Reiji is deconstructing and criticizing here is Freud's statement. So Sigmund Freud, he's pretty much the godfather of what's the word? He pretty much came to the understanding of like the mental illness and like all these things that we experience that stuff. And one of his statements is that we end up falling in love with people who are our parents. You know, you end up falling in love with your mom or your dad, right? And this is something that's definitely kind of present with Chizuru, where it seems like on surface, Chizuru is falling in love with her grandpa. You know, like Kazuya has a lot of these traits that her grandpa seemingly has, and she's very much attracted to that. But what Reiji is saying is that it's a big fucking illusion. That is a big fucking illusion. Right? She's not actually seeing him. And that's a problem. that she's not actually seeing him for him. Much like Haruka doesn't see Kazuya for Kazuya, but for what she desires from him. Or at the very least, she stopped seeing him for who she is. Right? So psychology, that's what it was. Thank you. Freud's main contributions to psychology are the subconscious and the beginning of psychoanalysis. Like, he had some good stuff, and then he had some also bonkers shit. The problem is, everybody just knows him for the bonkers shit. You know? But he had some good shit, too. I'm not saying he's a great guy. Understand? I'm not saying he's a great guy. I'm pretty sure he's a horrible human being. I'm pretty sure he's a horrible human being. But he did create, or sorry, essentially, like, make it aware that that psychology is real. And I think that's a big aspect. And the reason I mention this is because Reiji mentions Evangelion a lot, and Evangelion has a lot of references to Sigmund Freud. Isn't he part of, like, isn't one of his things the Hedgehog dilemma? Like the fact that Reiji blatantly references Evangelion multiple times and Evangelion regularly talks about Sigmund Freud, like, I think is an indicator. But at the same time, it's like saying this isn't necessarily a good reflection of life either, you know? And I think that is very much being depicted with Chizuru's character, where she is definitely, like, still seeing kind of her grandpa in a lot of ways, but she's also very much trapped in these illusions of her mom and all these things that are happening around her. And both characters in some ways are not seeing the real picture. While Kazuya is seeing an ideal, Chizuru is seeing her grandpa, which is in himself a kind of ideal. Shinji had the Hedgehog dilemma, very much, yes. Yeah. Kazuya is very much kind of experiencing the Hedgehog dilemma right now. What would be the worst is if Kazuya and Chizuru get together while acting like a different person and then thinking they have to keep up the line, stay that new person for their partner. And that's kind of what's being built up, low-key. That's kind of what's being built up. And that's, I think, what Reiji is deconstructing and talking about. Okay. Wow, Eddie, man, you sent a lot. Oh, wow, where do I start? The book script that Chizuru has in her room where it says her first Venus has a bunch of words on it. Okay, we read this. Yeah, we read this. The picture that Sayuri face down could be her not keeping her promise to what Sayuri told her about, rejecting people and staying in the diva, maybe apologizing. Yeah, we already figured that out. Her talking with Omada-san about asking a hypothetical seems to be the callback to her talking with Minnie where she says she could date Kazuya if there wasn't a play. A scene flipped. Oh, that's a good way of reading it, right? Minnie asks Chizuru a hypothetical. Now Chizuru asks Omada a hypothetical. Nice catch. No, that's a nice catch. I didn't think of that at the time. That's a pretty good catch. Though I do think that Kazuya failing what he succeeds is not only a betrayal of his morals, but also Sayuri's trust promise too. Yeah, I mean, we've already talked about how Kazuya is very much betraying the promise he made to Sayuri. He told her he'd try to always be there for her. Sure as fuck isn't. Sure, where the fuck have you been, buddy? To like a month and a half, you've barely texted her. When Omata-san said that Chizuru's role is a minor role, couldn't you say that it mirrors her relationship with Kazuya? Actually, yes, there is a parallel. Yes, there is a parallel now that you mention it. And we've talked about this parallel in the past. Sorry. Just gotta take deep breaths occasionally. Try not to get overwhelmed by the stress. Chizuru's last play, she only had a side role, and it's only worthy of its salt if it's able to prop up the main role. The problem in their relationship is that Chizuru views her role as not only minor, but like a side role in Kazuya's life. That she doesn't have influence, that she is just a secondary character, you know, like a love interest in a story that has other things going on. You know, where the love interest isn't really her own character and doesn't have a whole lot going on. You know, those kinds of characters tend to be pretty boring. You know, they're just the love interest. They occasionally show up when they're necessary, but they don't actually matter in the person's life. You could say that's how maybe Chizuru is looking at it. That could be one way of saying that's how Chizuru kind of interprets it. Okay. Like how their relationship is still stuck in the same place, much like her getting those minor roles. I have a feeling Ruka is going to be the one who tells Chizuru she tried to reach out to her, but no answer. What do you mean no answer? I don't get that. What do you mean no answer? What Ruka didn't answer her and only read her message. Oh. You're saying, oh, because of that, Ruka's ultimately going to be the one to tell her? I could kind of see that. Okay, I gotta step away for a sec to make some food for my mom. So I'll be back in a bit. Maybe I'll take a breather, check on my cat. But yeah, I'll be back in a sec. I just need a sec. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I have returned. Oh, the camera's not set up. Whoops. Whoopsie. De-stressed a little bit. Did some stuff. I'm back. I noticed the microphone was on the whole time. Here's hoping nothing was being recorded. You guys didn't hear me the whole time, did you? Well, now I'm curious. Now I'm curious. Was I hearable? Okay, good. It's a good thing the microphone is very short range. So it's like when I'm speaking like this, you can hear me perfectly fine. But when I'm like further away, you can't hear shit. So it's a good condenser microphone. I think it's a condenser microphone. I could be wrong. Okay. Okay, we have returned. Made food. All is chill. Feel better. Woo. I want to play some Final Fantasy. I want to play some fucking Final Fantasy, bro. I need some de-stress. Okay, let's go read our email friend. So let's see what our friend who sends me emails has had to say for today. Because I saw that he sent me something. I did indeed see that he sent me something. Okay. Hi, Johan. I get the feeling that chapter 436 serves as an introduction to Umi's flashback and maybe even how he met Chizuru. Omata Shimashita. Huh. Wonder what that means. Okay. How he met Chizuru, Omata, or even Nanaho. Someone mentioned that he might be... someone mentioned this might be Omata's story. Ruka got her flashback a few chapters after she was introduced, so that's also possible. Yeah, Ruka got her flashback pretty quickly, but Ruka was like a main character. Omata seems like a support character who has a big role. You know, she's a short character with a big role. I did like the comparison between the hypotheticals between Chizuru and Minnie, you know? Here's a few details from the chapter that I focused on. Number 1, Chizuru plays the role of the bully. Oh, that's another thing I did want to talk about. What we're seeing here might not necessarily be the bully, but Chizuru just locking in. Right? So this raises a really interesting question. Are you seeing the character or the mask Chizuru is putting on? Right? Are you seeing the character she's playing or the mask she's putting on? Okay. Chizuru plays the role of the bully. Maybe we'll see some references to rom-coms where the role of the bully was significant. Okay. Maybe? I mean, there might be some references. But it's very clearly American, so I don't know about that. Number 2, Umi showed up unexpectedly at Chizuru's workplace, which parallels the way he showed up unexpectedly at Ruka's workplace in 428, as well as him kind of unexpectedly appearing in Kazuya's workplace, you know? Because it was pretty sudden. So there's parallels to all three, I would say. But Ruka fits quite well, yes. It's also a bit like in Chapter 35. Ruka unexpectedly showed up at the Kinoshita family meeting with Chizuru. Oh yeah, she did. Huh. In Chapter 36, Chizuru was afraid that Ruka wouldn't keep the secret and would reveal the truth. But she ultimately kept her mouth shut. Just as Umi theoretically kept his mouth shut here. Interesting. Umi didn't, in Chapter 436, Umi didn't reveal the truth. However, just as Ruka was talking to Nagomi, Umi might have been talking to someone else. But Ruka didn't, but Ruka was going to reveal the truth to Nagomi. But Ruka was going to reveal the truth to Nagomi. In this case, you could flip the roles. You could say Ruka was afraid he's going to reveal the truth, and Umi was talking to Chizuru, and he was going to reveal the truth, but he didn't. So in that sense, the roles have just merely been flipped. I think you're somewhat misinterpreting it, but you're on the right track. Umi might have been talking to someone else. Not necessarily. I also think that the director, Tokaguchi, was watching everything from a distance just as Kazuya's father was watching. Except we would have seen that. And there would have been an indicator that this was shown, because there was an indicator that was shown. So that doesn't really make sense. Okay. Next to Umi, we see a rack full of props. Huh? Oh, you mean dresses. Okay. Most of which are dresses. They all just look like dresses. Anyways, interestingly, these are the kind of dresses people wear to high-class parties, unlike the outfit Chizuru wears on stage. The line Chizuru... Yeah, that is interesting, actually. Why is Umi positioned right next to this rack? You know? That does pique an interest. Why is the positioning of Umi right next to this rack of clothes? You know? In particular, they're feminine clothes. It's almost like there is a lot behind him or something like that. Right? A lot behind Umi and a lot of, and what's in front of Chizuru? What exactly is in front of her? Interesting contrast. Okay. The line Chizuru spoke in the recording video was directed at someone who would be wearing one of the dresses. The doll dress suits you. The girl to whom Umi gives a white day gift in chapter 282 was wearing a similar type of dress and also a ribbon similar to the one Linda White wears. Was it similar? I thought it looked more like Ruka's, but we can check. So what they're referring to is the first time Umi comes back after the 3-month time skip. And he's interacting with this girl, and he's giving her a gift. He says that the girl has a similar ribbon as Ruka. Or not Ruka. No, the ribbon looks more like Ruka's. He said the ribbon looks more like Linda White's. I don't see it. However, the timing is interestingly similar. You know? Okay. There's also a moment when Kazuya imagined Chizuru wearing a similar dress in chapter 176 before Chizuru invited him to Tiger's Den. The whole ties back to Umi. No, that dress you're imagining did not look like that. I think I know what you're thinking of, and that dress definitely did not look like that. I can pull it up just so we're not talking out of our ass. Oh, I guess it's kind of similar to like those kinds of dresses. But I don't know if that would hold significance for Umi. I could see why you would think that. This feels like something that's really small and wouldn't necessarily immediately, like the other one makes a little more sense. This one less so. But I can see why you would think that. Umi seems to be a big fan of the director Tokaguchi's work. I don't know if he's a big fan as more as he's familiar with it. He has more experience when it comes to him. I don't know if he's a big fan. I think he just knows his shit. Yeah, no, it just seems like he's acted for him in the past. I don't know if I would say he's a big fan. When he talks about it, he gets all excited as if he were a fanboy. More like he's a fanboy of Chizuru. I would say him being more of a fanboy of Chizuru is a much better analysis to make than him being a fanboy of Tokagushi, and rather he has experience with Tokagushi, and the way Chizuru handles it shows that she gets like what he wants. He acts just like Chizuru did when she came out of the movie theater in chapter 159. But was he fascinated by Chizuru, or was he actually fascinated by someone like Linda? Okay. Umi said he could feel the sorrow of the fictional character, but he couldn't feel the sorrow of Chizuru, who plays her. I think that's a decent analysis. He understands the character, not the person. I think that's a decent analysis to make. Maybe he understands the character, not the person. That could be something that could be an assessment we can make. The motivational words that Chizuru wrote in her notebook resemble the words that Sumi often writes in form. The motivational words that Chizuru wrote on her notebook resemble words Sumi often writes in form of calligraphy. I don't. You mean the poetic phrases Sumi uses? I could see why you would say that. There it is. I could see why you would say that. I mean, Sumi uses phrases too, but it's not quite the same. She's just saying phrases for herself. Like with Sumi, it's like lessons. With Chizuru, it's more like talking to herself. You know, with Sumi, it's intentionally presented as lessons Sumi is learning. With Chizuru, it's more like things she wants to tell herself, you know, to keep herself going. As a fan of Chizuru, Sumi will likely be in the audience. I also suspect Nagomi or Yoko might show up. Sumi, yes. I don't know why Yoko would matter here, but maybe. And Nagomi is very hingent on Kazuya. I think Nagomi is very dependent on Kazuya, and Kazuya already didn't grab. Oh, you just solved a mystery for me. You just solved a mystery for me I totally forgot about. Oh, shit. Oh, fucking shit. How did I not? Oh, wow. That's what it That's what it means. That's what he forgot. That's what it fucking means. Oh, Reiji, you fucking madman. When Kazuya goes to check the play and it's all sold out, and then he's like, it's fine. I still have all these things. What did he forget? He kept telling Nagomi he would take her to see Chizuru's play. And now he has no tickets. And it's completely dependent on Chizuru giving him tickets. He completely forgot about Nagomi and his promise to her to take her to see one of Chizuru's plays. He completely forgot about that. It didn't even cross his fucking mind. It didn't even cross my mind. I didn't think of it. I was so dragged into Kazuya's pace, I didn't even think of it. He literally didn't even give a fuck. Right? None of it was about Nagomi. He didn't even give a fuck about Nagomi. All of it's like, oh, this is fine. I have more time for this. It's literally showing you Kazuya doesn't give a fuck about anyone around him. He's breaking his promises to like everybody around him in favor of what he desires. It's right there. Damn, how did I not clock this? Wow, all right. The way Omata-san says she wants to see the boy who stole Chizuru Ichinose's heart is similar to how Umi told Kazuya that he wanted to see Chizuru in love. Yes, absolutely. That there's definitely a pattern of winning someone's heart or someone winning or wanting to see something that they do not see. And I think that's very important because it's again making about winning and losing. Number 7, I might be wrong, but the name Omata reminds me a little of the phrase omatase. This is a shortened version of omatase shimishita, which means I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Or thank you for your patience. Yeah, but it's not spelled like that. In chapter 436, Omada-san mentions that 2.5 years of patience paid off with a role in Tokuyoshi's play. Oh, okay, I can kind of see it now. The New Year's fortune that Ruka drew in chapter 36 was also about patience. Umi also seems like he's very patient, even though he told Kazuya that he was giving up, he still hasn't given up completely. He's a bit like Ruka, except that Ruka openly declares she won't give up, while Umi does it so quietly. Okay. 8. I'm also wondering who Omata's mysterious fiance was. Maybe Kazuya will run into him by chance? I have a feeling that Chizuru might try to find Omata-san a new boyfriend. Omata's broken engagement might be the first of 3 who we'll hear about. 3? Why? Where did the 3 come from? Where did the 3 come from? Number 9. I think the cross that Umi wears is a reference to a scene from Hawaiians, in which chapter 211, in which Chizuru, not knowing what to do, sits outside the chapel, literally beneath a tower with the cross. Well, yes, we've talked about this. Hawaiians, as an arc, has a lot of themes of Christianity and the cross. Like when the arc starts in chapter 190. Like, I'm pretty sure it starts at 190. They literally show Chizuru dressed as a nun and Kazuya as a priest. Yes, the reference to the chapel is very much connected in that sense. Yeah, there's a lot going on. Kazuya was sitting near the same spot when he thought of Chizuru had rejected him in chapter 214. Umi's current situation parallels that of Chizuru, Mami, and Kazuya during the time in Hawaiians. Okay, that's actually an interesting catch. His situation kind of parallels them. Umi doesn't know what to do, just like Chizuru was rejected. Just like Chizuru was rejected, just like Kazuya, and his secrets he could reveal just like Mami. Yes, but when placed in a similar position, despite digging in a similar way to Mami, he's not necessarily vindictive about it, nor does he actually go through with it, because it would actually hurt people. That's kind of the difference. Like, that's what you're kind of being presented with Umi. It's like, despite being placed in a similar position as Mami, he doesn't go through with it, at least not yet. You know? Like, Mami relished in making the character suffer, right? She relished in making the character suffer and getting what she wants. Umi, at the very least, is not doing that. One can also see a reference to religion to some extent, because carrying the cross can be interpreted as carrying a burden, someone's secret or someone's sins. Okay, that's a fair assessment as well. Yeah, he's carrying a secret or a burden. Okay, that's a good one. I like that one. The one Jesus carried was large and heavy because the sin of humanity was great. Umi has a small cross, which may symbolize the sin of a single person or perhaps his own. Okay. Interestingly, while they were living together, during one of her outings, Chizuru wore cross-shaped earrings. 2 crosses and 2 secrets. I don't remember which chapter it was, but I think it was before Joy Polis. They might have been X's. I don't know if they were crosses. During one of her outings. Well, if you ever find the chapter, let me know. I'm not going to go look for it. But yeah. Number 10, we finally see the building where Chizuru now lives, and that might give us some additional information. The balconies are somewhat reminiscent of those at Nirama Royal Hills, are they? I don't remember that he said that to Nagomi. Nagomi was literally like, here, I'll show you. Nagomi kept asking him over and over and over again, Ayo, take me to one of her fucking plays. And Kazuya's like, I'll do it. And she's like, you always say that and you never do. Pretty sure he does it here. There it is. Let me make sure you guys can see it. Besides, when can I go to see see Princess Chizuru's play? All you keep saying is that you'll ask my princess. When he starts this arc, he was literally saying, I'll be proud to introduce her, that I'll say, this is Chizuru, my girlfriend. He was literally thinking about it right here. He was thinking about it right here. Doesn't give a fuck. Totally forgot. Doesn't give a fuck. Right? She sure is breaking a lot of his fucking promises. Hell, didn't he start this series so he could introduce his girlfriend to his grandma? Right? Didn't he start this series so he could introduce his girlfriend to his grandma? What the fuck happened to that? Doesn't give a shit about that. Hi, hello, welcome over. How you doing? How you doing over? Okay, so let's continue with what else our friend in emails has to say. What else do we got there, buddy? The balconies are somewhat reminiscent of Nirama Hills. For Kazuya, those late-night conversations on the balcony served as a kind of sanctuary in the early parts of the series. I wonder if Chizuru will be talking to someone on the balcony. Maybe. Feels random, but I doubt it. Let's see. It also looks like there's a small playground in the yard. I wonder if any of Chizuru's neighbors happen to have a child. It's probably that park we saw earlier. It would be funny if one of the kids from the Hibari Center lived right there. That would be interesting. The building also looks a bit like the one where Sumi lives, but I highly doubt she'll turn out to be Chizuru's neighbor. I kind of doubt it too. Because this might be like close to where Chizuru used to live, so it'd be weird for Sumi to be so near. Okay. Number 11, the script that Chizuru recites before bed, there's a mention of some important letter. I got the impression that the whole thing will be important later. What's so important about that letter anyway? Huh. False accusations, an important letter. What did I do wrong? All these things kind of fit with Ruka and Mami in ways. That dull dress really suits you. What Sensei said. Every baby's born innocent, and yet. Weird. A letter. Maybe the play is like kind of a message. There could be some sort of message in there that's being lost. Right? I'm not quite sure yet what kind of letter it is, but I suspect it may be a love letter. I have two ideas related to this. That could make some sense. A love letter makes some sense. You know, love letters are very common in rom-coms. The first is that Umi might use the love letter that Kazuya is writing so passionately. Oh, Kazuya is kind of writing a love letter, but why would he use that? That's weird. How would he even get access to that? You know what I mean? I think covers of chapter 282 and 339 offer some clues. On the cover of chapter 309, Chizuru is depicted as a middle school student, and Kazuya has the kanji Naka inside on his cap. Huh. So 339, you said? He is writing a love letter. Okay. So love inside of the letter kind of thing. It's a bit it looks a bit like Kazuya is playing the role of Umi and trying to hand her a love letter. Why would he be playing the role of Umi? I don't get that. When Minnie read the first draft of the letter Kazi had written, she said it reminded her of the song lyrics, and Umi is a really good singer. Huh. Okay. Maybe Umi will sing what Kazuya wrote, something like a love confession in the form of singing, and in the form of a song. The second idea is that this has something to do with Umi's past. In the past, Chizuru had turned down many boys who had given her love letters. It would be a little too simple if Umi turned out to be one of those rejected guys, but I have this feeling that Chizuru and Nanaho knew each other before they met Umi. Really? Why? Feels like it's the other way around. Maybe Chizuru acted the same way she did with Ruka and decided to help Nanaho date Umi. Huh. That would be interesting, actually. By the way, there's an additional thought from between chapter 435 and 436. I mentioned once that 3 people from Chizuru's acting circle appeared on TV. Shiori appeared in a prank, and the person being pranked was surprised to find out that none of it was real, which may prove that she has talent and not just connections. Oh, but this also ties directly into Kazuya getting pranked and him falling for the fact that none of it was real. That was all alluded to, actually. Holy shit. That was all there. Yeah, so in 435, or sorry, 345, they watch a show, and the very end of it, it's a prank. And Chizuru is like, so you would fall for it. Huh, so Kazuya, it was literally hinting to you right here, Kazuya would fall for the prank. That everything he just experienced was a lie. Interesting. Okay, and that could also prove that Nanaho is a good actress to some degree. Okay, so Nanaho has some skill, right? It's not just connection. Actress Coco appeared in the kissing scene that was pressed by her coworker, and even Chizuru watched it. So the scene must have been really good. So what they're referring to is the scene in chapter 398. So this is another person. I don't know if Chizuru knows her, but Chizuru is connected to her in some form. And what he's referring to is this kissing scene Chizuru watched. So this person, we see her later. So Chizuru's watching this scene and remembers the kiss. We see this exact person later in chapter 408, maybe? It might be 408. Let me double check. I think it's 408. Yeah, so here she is. Your kissing scene the other day was amazing. Oh, please don't be so specific. This counts as harassment, right? So this is that same girl, it seems. So this person also appeared on TV. So an actress, Coco, appeared on kissing scene that was praised by her coworker, and even Chizuru watched it, so the scene must have been good. Umi recently appeared on a TV commercial, and we know that he plays a role in a drama. Now, Chizuru looks like Sadako, the girl who, in her iconic scenes, steps out of the TV. I was trying to piece together the whole thing with Sadako and like what's going on. She steps out of the TV. She's literally fiction come to life. Chizuru is playing a character that is fiction come to life. Oh boy. Oh, this is interesting. That's a good catch. Perhaps this is meant to show that Chizuru's acting is so good that the character she plays feels so real. Like she's stepping right out of the TV, which is something this manga absolutely talks about, you know? This is something the manga absolutely talks about. That like the fiction that we're experiencing can feel incredibly real, you know? And that can trick us into thinking that what we're feeling is real, or that what we're engaging with is real, when in many ways it's still fiction. Something Reiji talks about in his interviews. Perhaps this is meant to show that Chizuru's acting is so good that the character she plays feels so real, like she stepped right out of the TV. Although Chizuru was the only one who didn't appear on the show, she was also praised by her manager. Oh yeah, but she's playing a character that's gonna be like Chizuru is not on TV, but she might pop out of a TV, kind of like a monster. Umi was the only one who wasn't praised by anyone, and Ruka even looked down on the very fact that he was on her TV. Well, the people around him probably praise him. It just doesn't mean much to him. Even the two fans who were there when he met Ruka were more interested in Umi's social media. Neither of them mentioned that his roles were good. Interesting. Yeah, we don't ever really see Umi get complimented on his acting very much. In fact, the only opinion we hear about Umi's acting comes from Kazuya's thoughts during the first play. I'm starting to suspect that Umi may also be hiding some kind of trauma, and the acting is an escape for him. Oh, that's it. It just kind of ends. Some good thoughts in there, some wackadoodle shit. You know, that's a given. That's kind of a given. Like, when you're doing analysis like this, that's a given. Sometimes the wackadoodle shit happens. Sometimes you have some good analysis. I think he had some good shit in there. You know, in particular, Sadako being the character that steps out of the TV, the ring character. You know, what he's referring to is how Chizuru looks here. Right? So the way Chizuru looks here is a horror character from the ring. And this is a character, like you've probably seen it. It's the character that comes out of the TV. You know, it's the scary girl with black hair that comes out of the TV. Someone made a meme out of it, right? Someone in our Discord made a meme out of it. Let me see if I can find it really quick. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. And of course, there's a lot of hentai around this. That's probably why this girl has the massive boobies. This is probably from some sort of hentai. Hopefully it's not AI. Hopefully this is not AI. Sometimes I can't tell, I'll be honest. Sometimes I can't tell if this shit's AI. I'm not perfect. I don't think this is AI. It didn't seem very AI-esque. It feels like he just pasted shit over art. But yeah, so Chizuru being a character that is fiction but comes to life, right, is very fitting. Let's see. Jojo says he didn't technically make a promise here, though, but I think the idea to introduce her as a real girlfriend more than doing the play. Yes, but Nagomi keeps asking to go see a play, and Kazuya keeps like putting it off. He knows she wants that, and he doesn't care. Yes, he didn't promise, but he keeps saying he's going to do things for Nagomi, but he keeps not doing the one thing she's asking him to do. You're right. He didn't promise her anything. You're right. He didn't promise her anything. All right, Nagomi's like, he keeps saying like you'll eventually take me every time I ask, but you never do it. You're right. He didn't promise her anything. However, he was right after he was talking about like introducing his real girlfriend to Nagomi, and it just kind of didn't happen. You know, like he's not even taking her to see the fucking play. In fact, Nagomi wants to go so bad that she's been asking him for a hot minute. Like, she's been asking him since, like, the 3 months or some shit like that. She was so deprived of Chizuru, she went to see her on her own. You know? And I think Kazuya is just ignoring this festering wound that is Nagomi in many ways. And he keeps saying he didn't keep saying, but he talked about wanting to make that dream come true for Nagomi, but he clearly didn't give a shit. He doesn't care about Nagomi as much as he claims to. Right? We haven't talked about Nagomi since like 399. It's been 37 chapters. It's been roughly 37 chapters since we've seen Nagomi, I think. I could very well be wrong, but it feels like it's been like 37 chapters since we've seen Nagomi. She has not been involved in any way, shape, or form. Like, bro just fucking ignored her for a month and a half. Well, Nagomi's devaluing him by centering Chizuru on his birthday. It's part of the panel of the issues that he ignores. Well, yes, that's also something he should talk about. He just kind of avoids Nagomi. You know? She does devalue him, you're right. It's on his birthday, and she kind of puts Chizuru first. She tries to value him in her own way by telling him, yo, you got to take some initiative. right? So she does try to do that in her own way, like the very classic Nagomi way that frankly doesn't fucking work very well. But she tries to tell Kazuya, you got to start taking some initiative. She's trying to give him like a kind of birthday of his own or a birthday gift of his own. She is still celebrating with him. She sits with him. So she is, despite the devaluing that we're noticing, she is also valuing him. I mean, she threw this whole birthday party, right? They have all this food. They're all taking a break to hang out with him while that dude watches the store. I feel like that shows that she values him. Like, you could interpret it as Nagomi doesn't value him at all. I somewhat disagree. I think the fact that she's willing to throw a birthday party and put this much food and stuff on his birthday and even drop him a compliment about his hair is kind of important. And at the same time, she is doing some stuff that could devalue him on his birthday. You're right. I think both are true. You can't say one is untrue, because I would argue both are true. Let me check YouTube chat. What do I feel like that when Chizuru gives Kazuya the ticket, Ruka is going to show up and rattle Chizuru on the play where Kazuya is invited? Well, the play has already started. And it makes you wonder, is Kazuya ever going to get a ticket? Right? The play's already started. It makes you wonder, wait, is Kazuya ever going to get a ticket? Right? Like, what if Kazuya just doesn't get a ticket to this? And if he does, would it be like very last minute? Because the play ends on July 11th, the play should be over. July 11th, the play should already be over. Chizuru did that before on her birthday. Did what? Unless you're responding to someone else. Because she hasn't given him a ticket yet. Maybe it's a confession from Kazuya, a letter. Maybe he means by that. Yeah, we came to that conclusion. I can agree to some degree that Kazuya is too self-absorbed in his own selfless pittiness. Less selfless pittiness and more desire. Selfish desire. This idea is whack to me. I'm sorry. Well, there was a lot of ideas being spoken, so I don't know which one you're referring to. Chizuru said that she prefers happy lies than sad truths. She literally embodies fiction. The main purpose of fiction is selling you a happy lie in order to forget the sad truths of life. That's not what she said. That's not what she said. She said she despises sad truths. She didn't say she prefers happy lies. She did not say she prefers happy lies. She said she despises sad truths. That's very different. You're putting words in her mouth. She never said this. She specifically said she despises sad truths. She does not prefer happy lies. Now, does she believe that the happiness gained from a lie can be real? Yeah, she thought so in Hawaiians. Whether she still believes that now, I'm not sure. And I do think that is real. Like, you can get a real happiness from a lie. That doesn't mean the lie is a happy one. I watched Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, and I laughed because of one scene that is similar to the chapter cover. Are you talking about the dude having Voldemort's head on his back? That's a very strange... I don't know how you got that, but all right, boss. This is connected with his passion with acting, professional liar, and his rental work. Who are we referring to now? Didn't happen because Chizuru dragged things for this long. Guys, I need you to recognize that I might not understand what the fuck you're referring to when you just talk about things that I might read later. Not Kazuya's fault. It's never Kazuya's fault with you guys, so I'm not really going to bother with that. Greetings, I'm new to looking at some drawing aspects, but anything with the cover where rental Chizuru's eyes are closed and the character Chizuru's hair might be covering her eyes, unless I'm wrong. That is an interesting point of view, actually. I didn't notice that. So rental's eyes are closed, whereas acting Chizuru's eyes are open, but they are covered with the bangs. Interesting. There is a contrast here. You're right. There is a contrast here. You're absolutely right. Chizuru's eyes in rental are closed. I wonder what that means. Plus, like, acting Chizuru is showing a lot of cleavage, whereas rental Chizuru is very covered up. Rental Chizuru waves and smiles. Acting Chizuru is very serious, no waving, no motion. Very, holy fuck, I'm gonna kill you kind of vibes. Okay. There is an interesting contrast happening here, you know. Not sure what to make of it quite yet, but there is. Chizuru did that before on her birthday. Give Kazuya a ticket. She did not give Kazuya a ticket. She gave Kazuya a ticket to her old play. You mixing some shit up, bro. The ticket she gave to Kazuya before her play started was for Minnie. The ticket she gave Kazuya was for Minnie. So I guess that could be an indicator that yes, Chizuru can give him a ticket last minute. That is possible. But that's the thing. If it's sold out, how is she going to give him a ticket? Unless there's like extra tickets sitting around just in case. Right? Maybe Chizuru gets some free extra tickets she can give to people. That could be possible. So maybe there's that. So yeah, that just last minute tickets for Minnie. That's what it was last time. It was a last minute ticket for Minnie. Because Kazuya already had one. She gave Kazuya a ticket like before they even lived together. Chizuru ever give Kazuya a late birthday gift? See, that's a really curious thing. We don't know why she has not given him a gift yet. That's a very, very curious thing. We do not know why she has not given him a gift yet. And everyone, of course, is viewing this in the worst possible fucking light. I'm just in the boat of, I don't understand why. It seems like a part of it is that she feels like she would be spoiled if she like tried to talk to him in this time. So that could be a part of it, but I'm not sure. The simple fact is we don't know why she didn't give him a gift. That's just the simple fact. We don't know. You can make all sorts of assumptions and take wild guesses that will most likely be incorrect because you guys are blinded by your bias, but the play was still before Chizuru gave him the ticket when they were living together. Yeah. Well, happy lies are even more painful because it can't be real. That's delusion. Okay, what are we talking about here? I wasn't talking about happy lies. Plus, understand the thing you get from a lie is a real experience. You needing to know it's a lie is important. And you guys need to understand the distinction between delusion, you know? I think you can get something real from a lie, even if you know it's a lie, to you it was real. You know? And understand that what Chizuru was selling was not delusion. You knew from the get-go it was a lie. In terms of Kazuya's family, she wasn't lying to them. It was a white lie that they were dating. It was not a lie that she didn't care about them. Because if you remember very carefully, how did the lie that they were still dating like become like a permanent thing? Who remembers that? Because people seem to completely ignore that. I'm going to pull that up really quick. All right, people seem to completely ignore one particular element about how the lie became like official. And it stemmed from the fact that Chizuru gave a shit about Nagomi. So despite the fact that she lied, she did it because she cared. Right? Chizuru is telling Kazuya, hey, yo, break her heart. Tell her we're not dating. I don't give a fuck. She hears that they broke up. And she hears how much it fucking meant to her. And she's like, I'm gonna make that shit real. If she's happy. And that's when Nagomi needs to recognize that even though Chizuru lied, she did it because she gave a fuck. That she always cared about her. Chizuru lied, yes, but she did it because she gave a fuck. That's not a happy lie. That's a lie made because you care. Yeah, you lied. It's a white lie. Yeah, I lied that I was dating this person but I did it because I cared about you. That is true. And you can feel whatever the fuck you want about that. Like, you can think, oh, she's still lying. I'm like, yeah, of course she's fucking lying. But you need to recognize she did it because she gave a shit about you. It's a mathematical certain that Kazuya will not watch the play because of no ticket. How is that Dude, stop talking with objective stances. That makes no fucking sense. You're not reading this manga. Bro, you are not reading this manga. You are in a court of law, and you're you are selling the jury some fucking lies so that you can convince them to agree with you. That is what you're doing. You are not reading this manga, bro. Nogami doesn't even consider it for once that Kazuya is suffering in order to please her dream. Unlike Sayuri, he notices that Chizuru is suffering in order to please her. Well, it's not simply for her dream, though. It's not simply for her dream, though. I don't know about that. I think there's some truth to what you're saying, but I don't think it's inherently accurate. So I think it's stupid. So the Kazuya is in some sort of debt to Nagami. Who the fuck was I talking about? Where are you getting these words? Bro, this is this shit from Twitter. This is that shit from Twitter where people are just like, I like cookies. Oh, so you hate waffles? Or like, I like pancakes. Oh, so you hate waffles? Bro, that's what I'm getting from y'all. I'm telling you, I like waffles, and you tell me, oh, you dislike pancakes. Yeah, I flipped it over on purpose there. What even? What the fuck? When did I say Kazuya owed her a debt? Family is not about debt. Family is not about debt. It's about if you give a fuck about them. Okay? Kazuya doesn't owe Nagami shit, but he gives a fuck about her. He clearly doesn't care. I'm sorry. Nagomi's asking him, hey, I want to do this thing. And he's just like, okay, and then he doesn't do it. Cool. The person didn't treat you great the first time. Does that mean you should treat them like crap too? So that's your response to people, is that when they don't treat you perfectly or the way that you wish to be treated, you not only don't tell them that they're not treating you the way you wish to be treated, you just assume, oh, I can just solve this by just being an asshole. Bro, if Kazuya wanted to Nagomi to start treating him better, he needs to communicate that to her. He doesn't say shit. Right? If he doesn't want Nagomi to go to the play, why doesn't he say so? Right? Okay, Nagomi, sorry, like, I can't take you to the play right now. I don't have tickets yet. Or just something. Like, of course she's going to say something, but you can't just, like, pretend like, oh, yeah, it's just about debt. It's not about debt. Do you give a fuck about this person? Do you want to make them happy? Kazuya says he wants to make her happy. Clearly, he isn't doing anything to make her happy. He doesn't give a fuck about her. No, stop that. It's not all rage bait. No. Look, when you pigeonhole someone's argument into rage bait, it actually gives them more ammo. Okay? No, he actually genuinely believes this. This isn't rage bait. He actually genuinely believes this. Right? And that's the problem. When you do that, you give ammunition to the other side. So stop just pigeonholing every argument into rage bait, LARPing, or grifting. That doesn't solve your problem. Actually, deconstructing and talking about the argument is significantly more effective than trying to label it. Like, that gives her a right to treat Kazuya badly. She's not actually outright treating him badly, though. She's not treating him perfect, absolutely. She's not outright treating him horribly either. I think it's very interesting that Chizuru is playing a character with a different hair than herself. Kazuya is sort of doing the same thing right now. Chizuru is playing a character. Kazuya is that. Yeah. Kazuya's made the character himself. Maybe it's two different ways Chizuru conceals herself, the cover. Rental Chizuru seems more out there, but eyes closed, more covered, and not really seeing people, while character Chizuru's more revealed, eyes open, but mouth closed, and her hair covers eyes. We still don't really see her. I think it's less that Chizuru doesn't see people when her eyes are closed, and more that maybe it reflects the lie. You know? Maybe it reflects the lie. That I don't know if it's about not seeing people. Because she seems to see people while she's doing rental, so I don't know about that. I think it's more meant to reflect that she appears nice, but she's not actually showing you her eyes. She appears nice when she's rental, but she's not actually showing you her eyes. When she's doing acting, she's actually showing you her eyes, and you're seeing who she really is in some ways. But in that same way, that part of her is very intimidating. And that part of her is, what's the word I'm looking for here? Like, it shows you where her gaze is. Or something like that. Right? You are not the focus of her gaze. Something along those lines, maybe. Wiz and Wheezy, stop fighting like little babies, okay? Move on with your life. Stop fighting like little babies, boys. Calm down, children. If Kazuya told Nagomi that he doesn't have tickets, she would tell him to ask Chizuru right now for a ticket. That is true. That is true. She would just be like, why don't you just ask Chizuru for a ticket? She wouldn't say right now, but like, why don't you just ask Chizuru for a ticket? But Kazuya could just rebuttal, I don't want to bother her. You know? You just say, well, I don't want to bother her. On the other hand, you could say that they threw a party precisely because they thought Chizuru would be there. I'm not exactly disagreeing with you here, but it's kind of not about him, really. It's about his failures and how he didn't bring what Nagomi wanted. You think so? But if you go to the birthday, I'm pretty sure it said Kazuya, it didn't say Chizuru. Yeah, Nagomi didn't get what she wanted. She still celebrated. Yeah. Kazuya's happy 22nd birthday. Happy birthday. He didn't get crossed out this time. I don't know if I would say it's about Kazuya's failures. They seem to be still celebrating him. Yeah, he's a bit of a fuck up in Nagomi's eyes because he didn't bring Chizuru, because like, what the fuck? I wanted to see her. But I don't know. It's always been kind of a North Star when it comes to Chizuru and Kazuya. They act out of sincerity even if they lie to do so, but it's not enough to just act with sincerity, and that's catching up with them now. The issue right now isn't so much as acting with sincerity as it is not, I would say right now they're not necessarily acting with sincerity, you know? I think in Hawaiians, it was about being too nice. And in Hawaiians, in my opinion, is about being too nice. You're too nice for your own good. It's not about sincerity. It's about not wanting to hurt someone. Now it's a little different. Now it's less about acting with sincerity and more about how even your sincere wishes can contrast the actions that you're taking. So it's less about that sincerity isn't enough, and maybe along the lines of that. How do I want to phrase this? I'm not sure. Plus, I'm a little hungry. Doesn't help that I'm a little hungry. Doesn't help that I need some food. Do you think Mommy will pass her driving exam in contrast to Kazuya passing? I think so. It would be interesting if Mommy fails and Kazuya succeeds because Mommy's too distracted by Kazuya. That would be pretty interesting. And the repercussions of Mommy failing would be really... the repercussions of Mommy failing would be pretty fascinating. In the simulation, Kazuya fails driving test and Mommy succeeded. I don't know if the opposite will happen on July 4th. Well, remember, why did Mommy succeed? Because she saw what he failed on so she could succeed. And Kazuya misinterprets that as, oh, Mommy's better than me. not realizing the only reason mommy did better than him was because she saw him fail. That's it. It's not because she's inherently better than him. It's just because she learned from his failure. Which in many ways can be something that's currently going on in the manga right now. I think a reversal would make some sense. What's up, Johan? Not much, just tired. Tired. I haven't even bought Volume 47 yet. So they did something really weird with Volume 47. So you know how they had these like different colored pictures for the characters? Let me zoom in. So you know how they had these different colored pictures for the cover for the characters? Well, before what they would do is that all you had to do was go to a store that was selling these and you could get one from the store. Now what they're doing instead is that they're pre-packaging them in the volume. So regardless of where you get it, you get one. The problem becomes is that collecting them is really hard. And it might be a little more expensive because, you know, you have to buy multiple sets of the volumes and hope to God you get all of them. So unfortunately for Volume 47, I might not be able to get all of them. I could try. I've been collecting them. I've been collecting all the extra ones. You know, I could go to Buy E and buy it for $10 and I could get all of them. Now it seems like it's a little harder. I might not be able to, which would suck, but it's fine. It is what it is. You just gotta roll with some of these punches, you know. What if Kazuya gets his license but doesn't get the rest of the stuff he wants, like internship, workouts, and maybe his confession letter? I think he will get all of those. I'm telling you, this point of this arc is complete success. He is going to get everything. And that will be the greatest failure. I still hope Reiji will do another character event. I'm pretty sure he will. It's just going to take a little bit. It might be every year or every other year. We don't know how often he plans to do it. We do not know how often he plans to do it, and it probably doesn't want to do it too often so as to not overwhelm the fans. Because understand, it can be expensive, and if he does it too often, he may not make enough money or even get the right place for it. Not to mention, Reiji's currently busy with, you know, with the school that he started. Like he's the co-founder of the school he started to help people get into the manga industry. So he's pretty much busy with that. So having time for that character event might not be so easy. I think it's doable, but it might not be so easy. And I think he would need some extra time. I think we won't get one this year. I don't think we'll get one this year. I think next year is a total possibility. It would make sense for it to be Chizuru too, because it would be the 10th year anniversary. Next year would be the 10th anniversary. It would make so much sense for it to be Chizuru. That's my bet. I think it would make a lot of sense for it to be Chizuru next year on the 10th anniversary. That's my bet. The point is Nagomi needs to fall from her moral pedestal. She feels she is like a judge who can judge others by herself. She needs to realize that she's a hypocrite and full of shit like everybody else. Is she judging people like everyone else, though? I mean, she is a hypocrite, absolutely. Every character in this story is a hypocrite, without exception. However, I don't know if Nagomi's being a judge. I don't know if she has some high moral pedestal. Like, if you said that during Hawaiians, I'd agree with you. If you said that during Hawaiians, I'd absolutely agree with you. But now, that's not how I see Nagomi now. If anything, all I've seen is Nagomi trying to step down from her moral high ground. She's made a lot of compromises. She speaks from a high moral standpoint, but every single time, without exception, she makes some sort of compromise. And I think that to me is a tell that she's not simply playing judge and like presenting a fake moral high ground. If anything, it's her being like, okay, I'm willing to compromise. Like Kazuya wanted to trim his eyebrows. She's like, don't fucking do that. These are like your grandpa's eyebrows. Then she asks, okay, is that what Chizuru wants? She's like, okay, fine, do it. And then when she gives him shit here, right? She gives him shit here and she's like, okay, fine. Okay, fine. I understand. But you got to stay taking more initiative. You got to get your shit together. Stop. You're going to get eaten alive, bro. Right? But she accepts it. She's like, okay, fine. Just tell me next time in the future. So she is making compromises. Is she like perfectly successful at it? No, but she is trying. Every single character has been trying. Whether they've been successful is a whole other ballgame. But the fact that they're trying is showing they want to change. Kibe is another great example. Kibe is a character you could definitely try to see in that same light, where he's a hypocrite, he's a judge, he talks from a high moral pedestal, but he's trying. He's failing, but he's trying. And I think that's the thing to recognize with all these characters is like they're not recognizing why they're failing. Because they don't know how to get out of the thing they've always known. Maybe he gets all of that, but his spiral will be him hated and possibly isolated, similar to Hawaiians, but this time of his own volition, which also ties to his possible villain turn. Oh, you mean Kazuya like choosing to be isolated from everyone? Even though he's kind of already doing that, but the Ruka aspect isn't resolved. Mommy neither. Stringing Sumi, Ruka's mom, Mommy's dad. Yeah, I mean you're not wrong. But I think rather than isolate, it would make more sense for Kazuya to recognize he's the villain, accept it, and then move forward. I don't know if it would be Chizuru who accepts she's the villain first, and then Kazuya, right? Maybe Chizuru needs to like maybe accept she's the villain, save him. He needs to then recognize he's the villain, and then in turn save her, like as a kind of reversal from Hawaiians. Or it could be the flip. Kazuya recognizes he's the villain, saves her. Chizuru recognizes, I don't know. Chizuru already sees kind of herself as the villain, so it feels like Kazuya would be the one to save her first. That's my interpretation. And while I hold the anti-hero aspect, anti-heroes can become villains like Robin from Injustice. Well, yeah, of course anti-heroes can become villains. But what are you referring to here? I just don't think Kazuya is an anti-hero. He's absolutely the villain right now. So what's going to happen regarding the wedding ring at this point of the manga? Well, the wedding ring is kind of like fizzled out at the moment. It's kind of disappeared into the fucking ether. If anything, the wedding ring influences everything Kazuya is doing right now. And that's going to be important to like the wedding ring, what's important about it is how much influence it actually has despite not being seen. And in that sense, it's Kazuya needing to recognize what this wedding ring has in fact done. And in many ways in what it's currently making him do right now. A lot of his actions are currently being fueled by the wedding ring. Chizuru looking like Sadako, who is from the ring, is a big influence on that. So Kazuya needs to recognize how the ring has turned Chizuru into a monster. Right? And he needs to recognize how this ring is haunting them. And he needs to let go of the ring in order to truly be with her. He needs to recognize the horror of this ring in order to truly be with Chizuru. So the wedding ring is the one ring from Lord of the Rings. Maybe, or it's the ring from Sadako. So we also forgot the do anything you want ticket that has not been addressed. Yeah, that's going to be important too. I don't know how that's going to come back. You know? It could come back in a really cute way. It could come back in a way that doesn't matter at all. Maybe when they're having sex, she uses the ticket and she's like, do anything. Oh, God. Oh, God. That'd be really funny. That'd be fucking hilarious. I'm cooked. Feeling kind of hungry, which is not great. It's a good thing I get paid tomorrow so I can buy me some food. It's not like I don't have food. I just haven't cooked anything yet. You can end the stream. It's fine if you're cooked. Well, I'm going to take a break in a little bit because my mom is going to be home soon. So I'm going to go sit with her for a bit. Kazuya is not a villain. Nobody in this manga is. Everybody is the victim of the circumstances. Use the circumstances as an excuse. And that's not necessarily true. However, even someone who uses their circumstances as an excuse can become the villain of their own story. Understand, just because you're the villain doesn't mean you have to stay the villain. So I would argue Mommy in Hawaiians is the villain. Doesn't mean she has to stay the villain. She became the villain in Hawaiians. The reason I was so hesitant to call her the villain in the past was specifically because Mommy's also a victim. In that same, but you have to recognize, yeah, a victim can also become the villain. Many villains are victims. Magneto is a great fucking example. Magneto is a great fucking example. Magneto is a victim. Motherfucker lived through the goddamn Holocaust. He's still a villain. He still did awful shit. Doesn't mean he has to stay the villain. Which he doesn't. For much of the comics, he doesn't stay the villain. In that same way, Mommy is a victim. She actually did become the villain in Hawaiians. I don't know if I'd call her the villain in earlier arcs. Yeah, she tried to separate them and she was being really shitty. But I would say she was more of an antagonist in the earlier arcs. In Hawaiians, she straight up became the evil ex. She straight up became the villain. And she had to look herself in the mirror and recognize she became the very thing she despised. That's kind of Kazuya now. Right? Yeah, Kazuya has circumstances and he's using his circumstances as his excuse. But that doesn't mean he can't be the villain. Unfortunately, he is. He is hurting people and doing things unnecessarily and ignoring all the promises he claims to care about. And he's becoming his own worst villain in trying so hard to be the hero. But that's the thing. When you accept the villain, Jean Grey in the new Spider-Man movie, well, you spell Jane, so Jean is G-E-A-N-E. Or I think there's a... Yeah, Jean Grey is like G-E-A-N-E-E. I think that's how you spell Jean. Yeah, Jean Grey. Well, Jean is very much a victim of circumstance. But at the same time, like, the people around her were generally fucking evil. You know? Granted, she did murder some poor old guy. You know? And Jean was very much doing, like, kind of awful shit. You know, in that movie. You know? Like, the movie very much talks about, like, very much hints at, like, sexual assault. There's an undertone of sexual assault to what she's doing, where she's literally robbing people of autonomy over their bodies. So, yeah, I mean, Jean is a little more complicated in that movie. Jean is a little bit more complicated, you know? I would say she is the villain, but in choosing not to see her as the villain and just as a normal girl, it helped her escape the villain role. You know? Jean is the epitome of, and I would say it mirrors Mommy in many ways. Jean is the epitome of hurt people who hurt people. That's what she is. But Spider-Man essentially shows her, you don't have to be this. He essentially shows her, you don't have to be this. You don't have to be this way. You don't have to hurt other people just because you were hurt. I like that every new girl does not bat an eye when they first see Kazuya's new hair. Well, we haven't seen Chizuru, so we have no idea how she feels. We have not seen Chizuru, so we have no idea how she feels. So I'm going to preface by saying I don't disagree with your take on Chizuru's struggle during Hawaiians, but lately I've been thinking that Mami is now being recontextualized as an anti-hero in Hawaiians, and Chizuru is becoming an inadvertent villain in the past. I think when it first comes out, though, Mami was the villain, although from the place of a trauma. I would say Chizuru is intentionally being framed as the villain in Hawaiians and has always been framed as the villain in Hawaiians. Because Mami's arguments made sense to people. Mami in Hawaiians was actually framed as an anti-hero. And there were many people who actually agreed with her. In my opinion, what Reiji's actually setting up is for us to recognize Mami was the villain, like the true, like you don't understand how much of a villain she actually was kind of thing, you know? Like there's people who viewed her as the villain, but they didn't quite understand how horrible of a villain she actually fucking was. That's what I mean. Whereas we're viewing Chizuru, the victim, as the villain. That's the problem, is like this is how Chizuru can understand Mami better, is like, because she too is a victim of Mami and is unintentionally doing things she doesn't mean to as a victim, she can understand how Mami was also doing things that were hurting people because she was a victim. She could start to understand how Mami didn't see any other way, just as Chizuru currently doesn't see any other way. And so doing, inadvertently becoming the villain. You see what I mean? So Chizuru is indirectly becoming the villain right now, and the story is intentionally framing her as the villain. Whereas Mami is more of a cute, lovable character who's done nothing wrong. Oh, she's so cute. She's so adorable. Like, Mami is not being framed as an anti-hero right now. She's just being framed as this cutie patootie who can do no harm. Like, Reiji has tricked you into that very, very successfully. She's not an anti-hero. She's a cutie patootie who will do no harm. She is so fucking adorable. I will protect her with my goddamn life. That kind of thing, that's what Reiji's kind of doing with Mami right now. She is beyond fucking adorable. Whereas Chizuru is intentionally being framed as the villain. Like you want Kazuya to succeed so Chizuru will fail. Because if Chizuru fails, that means Kazuya won her over. See what I mean? So it places Chizuru in a literal antagonistic role. Right? That's what I mean. So Chizuru literally is framed as the villain and Kazuya is the hero. Kazuya needs to get her to admit she likes him, otherwise he fails. And the goal we've been striving to doesn't work. Therefore, Chizuru is the antagonist of this story, and that is the problem. Give me one sec. My mom's here. I'm going to go check on her. Be back in a sec. Sorry about that. I got another call. Work needs me all the time. Work needs me 24/7, bro. Let's see. I'm just gonna while I wait for them to respond, so I see what the hell was going on. Let me see what you guys are saying. So let's see. I'm not really trying to situate either of them as that completely. I think they fulfill both roles simultaneously. I'm just now appreciating how Mommy's actually right about some things back then, but that way she went about it was horrible. Well, yeah, that's literally Mommy's whole character. Mommy's doing the right thing for all the wrong reasons. That's pretty much what Mommy was doing in Hawaii. She's doing the right thing for all the wrong reasons. That's why she was the villain. That's literally why Mommy was the villain. Like she's doing it intentionally. She's doing the right thing intentionally to hurt people. Right? Like Mommy was like very openly taking pleasure in it. Like she enjoyed people suffering to validate her own trauma. That's literally why I said Mommy was the villain. Right? But what she was saying had some staying power, which is what makes an effective villain. I think that's what people are misunderstanding here. You have to understand what makes a very effective villain is when they have a point. That's what makes villains so fucking effective. Or at least one of the things that makes a villain really, really effective. It's when they have a point. It's when like what they're saying makes sense. And that's what makes a villain like really powerful. Like one of my favorite villains from 14 is his name is Emmett Selk. Let me see if I can pull him up. Like people glaze the ever living fuck out of this villain. Okay, he's from Final Fantasy 14, and the reason this dude is like so impactful, so effective as a villain, is because this motherfucker has some points. You see where he's coming from. Some of the things he says make perfect fucking sense, but he's still like doing the wrong thing, you know. So, and Mommy is kind of like that, you know? It's not that she's an anti-hero, it's that what she's saying makes sense. But she's doing it for all the wrong reasons. That's why I'm saying, like, Mommy was playing the villain role in Hawaiians. I wouldn't say she was an anti-hero. You know? And what I think Mommy is explicitly mirroring in the current arc is how she presents herself as innocent, but we know explicitly that she's not. This is the same thing for Chizuru. She's presented herself as the perfect girlfriend, but the audience tricked ourselves into thinking we knew her. Okay. But how is that Chizuru being a villain? So I think most readers are very wary of Mommy's current outward innocence, but are very forgiving of Chizuru's flaws. And Mommy being the villain in Hawaiians helps bolster this feeling. Yeah, again, it makes some sense. I don't disagree with you. That definitely makes some sense. Okay. Well, it doesn't look like Work's going to get back to me anytime soon, so I'll just set up the camera again. Yeah, it does not seem like Work is going to get back to me. I don't know what they wanted. They called me, but my phone wasn't near me. I was talking to my mom. Like when I hang out with my mom, I try to like put my phone away. I try not to like, have it with me too much. Unless we're like watching something and I'm not very invested in it, and then I'll have my phone with me. Then I'll occasionally like have my phone and like just watch some shit. Okay, I have returned. Ah! Okay. Oh my god, how far back do I have to read? YouTube chat, what the fuck? YouTube chat, what the fuck? Guys, why did we go? Like, I thought JoJo went on a yap. Y'all went on a yappity yap. Y'all went on an extra duper yappity yap. My God. Okay. The movie depicts loneliness and trauma in goated levels. Oh, you're talking about Spider-Man. What worries me is that Kazuya says in chapter 426 that he doesn't need anyone. That was the scene where he switched from talking about sex back to Chizuru. When did he say he doesn't need anyone? What animal best suits mommy? That's cute as fuck, but deadly. Bear. Mommy's whole thing is bears. Mommy's entire thing is bear. She literally sings it in her song. She's cute like a teddy bear, but will fucking kill you. But if you look at it that way, could Chizuru understand Kazuya because she went through the same thing? Because of the villain. Yeah, Chizuru is probably the most equipped to understand Kazuya. I feel like Hawaiian's mommy was trying to be a puppet master where she was trying to pull the strings, but now it's like Kazuya is the actual puppet master and he's stringing everyone along in the same way. Yes, that's why I'm saying Kazuya is the villain. I wouldn't say that Kazuya is like that. He was shaped by Minnie and everything. No, but he chose to listen to her. No. See, Kazuya is the villain through cope. I think that's what people are not misunderstanding. You can become the villain through cope. Okay? Kazuya is under so much cope. He's coping so goddamn hard that he's becoming the villain. I was watching this video. From Dr. K. And he was talking about addiction. So we can all just come to a conclusion that what Kazuya has to Chizuru is akin to an addiction, right? We can kind of come to somewhat of that conclusion, right? That Kazuya has some kind of addiction-like feeling to Chizuru. The fact that when he says that he wants to run in a wheel like a hamster for Chizuru while he's drinking is an indication of that. That what Kazuya has for Chizuru is a kind of addiction. You know, she's like alcohol for him. She's kind of a drug for him. She's an addiction. Dr. K was literally talking, like he was showing a clip from Ben Affleck talking about the way he got out of an addiction. And for Ben Affleck, the way he escaped addiction was through suffering. What the addiction cost him was too much. And that's how he got out of it. So what Dr. K argues is that the way you escape an addiction is you have something, a competing element that matters more than the addiction element. Like the thing you're addicted to, it's like a need. Your brain needs something that matters to it more than the addiction for you to stop the addiction. And I think that's basically Kazuya's current conflict. He needs something in his head that matters more to him than the addiction of wanting to be with Chizuru that will help him escape that addiction and actually do the real changes he personally desires. I would say a lot of what's going on with the characters right now is akin to a kind of addiction, right? Look at Chizuru right here. This is a great example. Look at Chizuru right here. It's all she's thinking about is Kazuya. It's like a drug. Right? And she's holding herself off from the drug. She's stopping herself from going to him. Right? She's trying not to give in to these emotions, not to get caught up in the addiction. You know? And it's overwhelming. It's so difficult for her, she's fucking up. Kazuya, in contrast, is doing everything he's doing for that high, for that feeling that he's trying to recapture. And I think that's probably Kazuya's conflict, is because he's coping so much, because he's trying to get that high again so badly, he's becoming the puppet master. It's not intentional. He's still doing it. It's not intentional. You know, but you have to recognize what you're doing, because an addict will hurt people, whether they intend to or not. It's not that he was shaped by Minnie. He let Minnie shape him. It's not that he was shaped by Minnie. He let Minnie shape him for his addiction. Right? Kazuya is addicted to chasing Chizuru, I would argue. Kazuya is kind of like addicted to chasing Chizuru. He's addicted to that. He's so used to chasing her that he never really has her. He strung Ruka by not ending anything himself, strung Mommy also by not family but not firmly ending anything. Keeps Sumi Chizuru for a while, felt like she doesn't know what to do, along with Ruka and Mami. He's even stringing Minnie along. Sure, Minnie shaped him, but he's still pulling their strings. But Kazuya even strung Minnie along. Right? Minnie is far too involved in their relationship, and Kazuya never draws a line in that. So he has absolutely strung Minnie along too. Even with Chizuru trying to reject and let him go, he still talks about waiting and being with her, so she's still strung him. She's still strung him along. Yeah, so she feels like she strung him along when he's the one making her feel like she can't let go. I would say you have to look at it differently. Not everyone's innocent, but what has Kazuya always had to deal with and why he had to become what he is. I wouldn't pull on Kazuya. Well, that's the thing. You have to take responsibility. No, that's the thing. We have focused a lot on everybody else's share of responsibility. We have not focused on Kazuya's share of responsibility. That's what we're saying here. It's not that other people are not responsible here. They absolutely are. Mami is responsible in some way. Sumi is responsible in some way. Ruka is absolutely responsible. Chizuru is responsible in her own way. However, Kazuya has not taken responsibility of himself. Right? There comes a point where we can't keep blaming other people. We have to take responsibility over ourselves. And I think a lot of people don't want to do that. And Kazuya is very much in his cope phase, where in that copingness, he doesn't want to do that, you know? Ruka's responsible for her actions recently, and Mami for her actions in Hawaiians, yes, but Kazuya never took initiative to end things with Ruka, allowing her to make the false hope. I see why you guys kind of popped off in chat now. Just because she's a woman doesn't mean she's not at fault. Whoa, when did we make this about women? Whoa. Dial it the fuck back. Who the fuck said this was about women? Yo, chat, I need you to not get sexist in here, please and thanks. Who said anything about her being a woman and not having fault? I just said she's responsible for her actions because, okay. I see where you guys kind of popped off. Kazuya has to be the one to say no, and plus he's already in hot water. That's not fair. Life isn't fair, bro. Life isn't fair, bro. He's to blame because he's not taking initiative and just stringing Ruka along his love for Chizuru while keeping Ruka around. Ruka is to blame for how excessive her actions get and for keeping the false hope. Yeah, like, absolutely. Kazuya has some blame in the Ruka situation. You have to recognize that. Understand, Ruka sexually assaulting Kazuya does not negate the fact that he had a part to play in creating the scenario for that to occur. You have to understand that Kazuya is the reason she had her sexual awakening. Kazuya is literally the reason she had her sexual awakening. Like, he caused that. He's the one who chose not to end things and let her hold the keychain that Chizuru gave him. And when Ruka naturally removed it, because that is what Ruka does. That is what Ruka does. She will replace herself. She will replace someone else with herself. That was like a thematic parallel to what Ruka was doing, right? So when we go to that chapter, that is a thematic parallel to Kazuya's relationship with Chizuru and Ruka's part in that, right? What does Ruka do? The moment Kazuya gives her the keychain, which, by the way, he dropped because he didn't give a fuck about it. If Ruka was not there, Kazuya would have lost his keys and his keychain. It raises the question, did Kazuya really give a fuck about it? Right? Then, when Ruka naturally picks it up, and she begs, and he's like, okay, you can put a keychain on it. What does she do? She puts a keychain, and she tries to toss the other one. Oh, look, it's almost like letting her hold it is going to probably lead to her to throwing the stuff away because she doesn't care about it as much. And you already kind of knew this. Which ultimately leads to Kazuya dropping it because he never really cared about it in the first place. There's a karma happening here. And that leads to Kazuya falling between Ruka's legs. She freaks, crushes him between her legs, and then has her sexual awakening. This could have all been avoided if he never went on this date. Right? Kazuya chose to go on this date, get the credit card, and have Ruka get the credit card for him. And do all this stuff. Now, is Ruka absolutely being delusional here? Yeah, let's not pretend that's not happening. Yeah, Ruka is absolutely living a fucking lie here. However, Kazuya is also fully aware that he should not be on this date with her. He should, at the very least, not go on this date with her, right? Okay, you can't break up with her. Don't go on this date with her. Don't do this stuff. This is shitty, bro. What the fuck are you doing? Why are you having this girl get you a credit card? Right? Why are you having her help you to get a credit card that you're going to use to woo another woman? What the fuck are you doing? And so as a karmic justice, it results in her having her sexual awakening. Because he didn't try to stop this. Okay? In having her sexual awakening, it results in the sexual assault that happens later. Kazuya is the reason Ruka had her sexual awakening. Because he chose not to end the relationship. It is not his fault that she sexually assaulted him. Those are two different matters, okay? It's not his fault, but he had a part to play in it. Right? He is not responsible for what she chooses to do. But he did have a part to play in it. Okay? He has an element of responsibility. It's not fully his responsibility, but he has an element of responsibility here. Okay? Kazuya's main reason for not ending Ruka is rooted in fear. Ruka's imperviousness strongly mirrors Nagomi's. I don't know about Nagomi, but Kazuya is just afraid to take the initiative with her. Do you see it that way? Try to look at it from Kazuya's perspective for once and talk about how he feels. Just because she's young, does that mean she's allowed to do whatever she wants? Okay, where are we going with this? Man, you guys are like off in some weird la-la land. Okay. She tried to get Kazuya towards her. She failed. Again, not saying she has no faults. She's believing the false hope. She's willing to be second. That's her fault, but it's Kazuya's fault too. He likes someone else, but he doesn't end things and strings everyone along while loving Chizuru and using that love as an excuse. Yeah, exactly. Kind of amusing that mommy weaponized Ruka because of the trial girlfriend gimmick and never got the info of Ruka herself being a former rental girlfriend, which could have been the missing counterpart for Ruka to comply. Huh, does she not know? In that case, Kazuya wouldn't be a classic villain, but an innocent monster, kind of. Well, yeah, he's a monster shaped by society, but a monster is still a villain. I wouldn't say he's innocent. Mostly because Kazuya does know. The reason I say Kazuya is not an innocent monster is because he does know. He's aware of these things. He's choosing not to look. And the reason I can confidently say that, the reason I can genuinely believe Kazuya does actually know and he's choosing not to look is mommy. He knows for a fact some shit went down between mommy and Chizuru and never digs any deeper and still hangs out with mommy and still talks to mommy. Mommy practically tried to woo him in a car and he's just like, I'ma just chill with her, bro. It's fine. I might actually even keep talking to her. Because Kazuya is defined by his love. And he doesn't want to lose that. There has to come a point where you have to recognize Kazuya isn't simply an innocent monster. He is a villain. He's a monster shaped by the people around him, absolutely. But he is a villain. He has chosen to be the villain in ignoring what's in front of him. It's like I've explained before. It's literally hard cope. It's when you have a defensive mechanism and the defensive mechanism has started to cost too much. And you have to start seeing that. You have to start seeing that your defensive mechanism is costing you way too much. And that is literally just a direct mirror to Steins Gate, where Okuba very much has a lot of defensive mechanisms where he thinks he can solve everyone's problems and put on the act of the mad scientist to disguise how fucking terrified and like lost he actually is. And eventually that blows up in his face. It's like, bro, you can't keep coping. You gotta fucking do something, bro. You can't keep fucking coping. You mean when the defense mechanism starts to fail? See, the thing is, defense mechanisms are not inherently bad. Okay? The defense mechanism exists for a reason. Go to a therapist. They will tell you this. A defense mechanism exists for a reason. It is good. The defense mechanism is not the problem. The problem becomes when you rely on it far too long. When the cost of the defense mechanism is just too much and you have to drop it. Basically, the whole point of the defense mechanism is this. You have a defense mechanism because you're not ready. You are not ready to deal with this problem. And the defense mechanism will linger until you are ready to deal with it. And that generally occurs when the cost of the defense mechanism is too much and you start recognizing that that is the case and you cannot let it keep controlling you. Right? You have a competing factor. You have something else that is competing with the defense mechanism that now you are far more equipped to deal with. Right? So that is the point of a defense mechanism. It exists so that you can eventually be ready, because right now you're not ready. While they were living together, Kazuya needed the defense mechanism. He was not ready, right? I don't think either Chizuru or Kazuya, when they were living together, were really ready. Kazuya absolutely needed the curtain. He needed the defense mechanisms. He needed to be shielded a little bit. He needed to be protected a little bit. Now, he's starting to slowly get there. He needed a little more time, though. The problem is instead of getting proper time, he hard dialed into his defense mechanism. And now, it's starting to catch up. Delaying the face of the problem. Yes, pretty much. You have to. That is the point of the defense mechanism. It's delaying the problem. Because you can't deal with it right now. You will fall the fuck apart. You cannot deal with the problem right now. You are delaying the problem, and you're putting it off. And eventually, you're going to have to face it. So what's going on with Kazuya right now is he's put off the problem for a hot minute, and it's slowly but surely starting to catch up, and he's still falling back to his defense mechanism, even though he knows he should be doing something different. He knows he should be doing something different. No, delaying is not to have to face it at all. That's the cost. No. That doesn't make sense. You're delaying it. That means eventually you must face it. Eventually you must face it. To delay is to say you're going to do it later. To delay is to do it later. So you eventually have to face it. It's not like you're not going to ever face it. Right? Your coping mechanism is going to trick you into not facing it, But reality has a way of catching up, and it will catch up. And you can't avoid it forever. He has to face it. He can't just delay it forever. That's not going to happen. Eventually, the problem will be so large, the cost will just be too astronomical for him. There will be a point in the story moving forward, I'm not sure when the cost of Kazuya's coping mechanism and all the shit that he's doing is going to be too much. And he's going to break. And he has to come to terms with the fact that he's been coping extra hard. And that's when he's going to try to actually change. Right? What Kazuya is doing right now, in my opinion, is not real change. It is change to satisfy his coping mechanism. It is change to satisfy the defensive mechanism. Okay? Eventually, that's going to break. And when that breaks, that's when Kazuya is going to have to confront the fact he needs to change. And really change, not this superficial bullshit where he's changing himself externally. I mean, really confront himself and see what he actually needs to start changing. Because if he doesn't, he will lose more. So that's the thing. He's going to lose something. What that is, I don't know. But that is going to be the way he's going to actually confront stuff. He's going to actually have to lose something. And Reiji hinted at this, Kazuya's first, what is it? When we were going through the hero's journey, right? When we were going through the hero's journey, I think we came to the conclusion that Kazuya's first, let's pull it up. Right. So when we were going through the hero's journey, we said that the first threshold for Kazuya was when Umi called, right? The first threshold for Kazuya was when Umi called. Crossing the first threshold, the final test, plot point 1, right? When Chizuru rejected Umi is called drawing a line. So crossing the first threshold, the final test, right? Let's see what it looks like in the different version here, right? beginning of the transformation, right? So this is when the transformation begins. When does the transformation truly begin? In my opinion, it's not simply when Kazuya actually literally changes his hair, right? Maybe this is the first threshold, right? Maybe we could say this is the first threshold. Maybe I'm a little off. Supernatural aid, threshold guardians, right? So maybe it's like right here, like threshold guardians, and then here. To me, there is an indicator in chapter 396 of what this is actually about. Because Kazuya does not act until he is met with the fear of possibly losing Chizuru. That is when Kazuya acts. He is met with the fear of losing her. And that makes him move. He drops all pretenses. He drops all the bullshit. Every single piece of bullshit drops immediately. And he just fucking calls her. He just does it immediately. Right? All the bullshit instantly drops. And he just calls her right away. So, what this is telling me is that the way Kazuya overcomes his coping mechanism is to be met with loss, and how that loss will cost too much. Right? It will make him drop all the bullshit and actually make him act. That is what Reiji has introduced to us at the very beginning. So maybe the first threshold we can say is when Kazuya changes his hair, right? The beginning of the transformation, right? The beginning of the transformation. So Kazuya literally changes his hair. Helper, mentor, Minnie shows up right after, right? The reason I think it's like, like Kazuya calling Chizuru is the first threshold is because right after Minnie shows up. Right? The reason I think that is because they're right after Minnie shows up. Right? So like right after Kazuya calls Chizuru here, the first thing he does is go talk to Minnie. The first thing he does is go talk to Minnie. Like almost immediately. Right? The mentor and helper showed up. It's literally verbatim the thing. Then, right? Then afterwards, Kazuya literally changes his hair. Right? Then afterwards, Kazuya literally changes his hair. Again. Then near the end, another helper appears. Right? This is just before we reach 426, and it's Sumi. Right? Sumi appears here. She's the other helper. Then another transformation occurs, which is Kazuya like starting to get his act together, quote unquote. And now we're seemingly about to enter some sort of atonement. We already got a hint of that in Chizuru saying she needs to apologize, right? But what is Kazuya's atonement? We don't know. Right? And then we're going to go here eventually. Yeah, so I think we're still around here at some point. But yeah, no, that to me is like an indicator that what Kazuya really needs is to feel the fear of losing something. And not just feel it, like maybe actually lose something. And that loss is too much. You know, and it's clear, you can see indicators of this in his inability to reject people. You can literally see that Kazuya's inability to reject people reflecting his fear of loss. He can't lose anything. You know? Hawaiians fucked him up too much. The 3-month time skip is an indicator of Kazuya's inability to lose something. He would rather be ghosted than actually be outright rejected by Chizuru. He would rather be ghosted than outright be rejected by Chizuru. I want you to think about that. He would rather sit in his house and convince himself she hates him without any proof than actually confront her and get for a fact that she does not like him. Or she might actually like him. He would rather sit in that. Right? He would rather sit in that and just wait. That literally reflects Kazuya's inability and unwillingness to actually suffer loss. And so, he's going to actually suffer some kind of loss. That is how he's going to overcome it. He must actually fucking lose something. He's going to lose something. Something is going to be lost. What that is, I don't know. Maybe it's himself. I don't know if it's if himself counting. I don't think himself counts. He doesn't give a shit about himself. He might lose something around him. Will Kazuya continue to use ChatGPT to help him with the date? Well, he seems like he's stopped. He seems like he's stopped, but I don't know. Kazuya is likely going to keep clinging to every external validation as long as he doesn't find an anchor for himself, an internal anchor. Yes, that means finding out who you are. You know, Kazuya's conflict is literally, I don't know who the fuck I am. The talk you said that Kazuya would get everything and nothing getting into them between, in my opinion, feels wrong, because Kazuya said there was a big wave coming and cutting back to Ruka is a sign of that in a way. I don't quite understand what you're saying. Could you rephrase that? The talk you said that Kazuya would get everything and nothing getting into them, and nothing is getting between them. It feels wrong. Because Kazuya said there was a big wave coming and cutting back to the Ruka is a sign that of that in a way. Well, we haven't seen Ruka in a hot minute, but to me, I think the thing that would, if there was something to get in their way, it would not be traditional. If there was something to get in their way, it would not be traditional. It would be something very unorthodox. Like something fucking real. I mean, like real shit. Not just, oh, drama. That's what Reiji's kind of showing us here. It's like, oh, you're not, the thing that's going to get in between you two is not going to be misinformation. Right? The thing that's going to get in between them is not going to be simply misinformation or hearsay or drama or some like basic bitch bullshit. That's not going to work. What is actually going to get in between them is something very real. Something that could genuinely impact the relationship. You know? Whether that's Nagomi, Mami, Ruka, I don't fucking know. Heck, for all I know, it's Minnie. I think this is what's going to happen soon. Why isn't that a sign? What? 4-7. What? Let's call back to the previous hero's journey. Movie arc, Hawaiians and ghosting. Chizuru's atonement by Kohab. I'm confused. That's not a hero's journey. That's like a whole fucking, that's a saga. $444. Well, 444. That's four death numbers. That's 4 death numbers, and they're all probably. It's probably going to be a very Chizuru loaded chapter. I could see it as like the ultimate death kind of thing, where something is going to like change very drastically. I could be wrong. Delay versus finality. Am I right? Ruka accidentally dropping into July 11th date, the bomb exploding. How would she, though? Anyone can lose their keys. That's just an everyday thing. It doesn't really mean anything about his personal feelings. Actually, no, it does, because throughout the entire chapter, he's literally, like, it's 2 chapters. And Kazuya is actively talking about keeping Chizuru's secret, and yet he's clearly not actually trying to. He's actually actively not trying to. Right? Rather than actually truly keep the secret, he's not actually putting in a real effort. So he says, I'm going to keep the secret. Ruka smells the shampoo on him. You're like, okay, maybe that's a one-off. Right? It's just the shampoo. It's not a big fucking deal. All she did was smell shampoo on him. That's not a fucking big deal. Right? He's not very careful about it, right? And he doesn't make a good lie, but she believes him. But then he drops his receipt. Right? He drops a receipt from another place, and he brings curry into this. And I'm like, oh, okay. But wait, wouldn't the entire premise of this situation be fucking stupid then? And then you start to think about it. You're like, wait, if Kazuya really cared about this, he wouldn't have started this date in the first place. So you start to realize every single little thing that's happening in that date isn't simply, oh, look, Kazuya doesn't actually care. No. It's a reflection of the very fact that Kazuya did this date in the first place. The key dropping is something that can happen to anyone, yes, but it specifically drops for Kazuya because he's the one who chose to have this date with Ruka and get the things he wants to woo Chizuru, while Ruka is conveniently in love with him, and he's choosing not to end it and wait into getting into that situation. right? Remember, why did he go on that date specifically, right? He could have taken Ruka anywhere. He could have taken Ruka anywhere. Instead, he chooses to take Ruka to help him get a credit card so he can use it to spend to look cool in front of Chizuru. That is what he chose to do, and Ruka literally helps him get that credit card. Right? He does this. He chooses to do this. So every single little thing that happens in the day is almost karmic justice. It's a reflection of him not actually caring while claiming to care. And the final thing is the key. The final thing is the key. And Chizuru's keychain being taken away. And what does the Chizuru's keychain being taken away represent? That's right. It is yet again playing into that theme of death. The moment Kazuya truly fears actually losing something, snaps back into reality, actually gets his shit together. The moment Kazuya actually fears losing something from Chizuru, or in a sense, losing Chizuru herself, gets his shit back together. I don't know why you feel the urge to villainize Kazuya. I don't know why you feel the urge to constantly protect him like he's a little fucking baby. Just saying. I actively say Kazuya is my favorite character. And yet, I am not afraid to villainize what I love. You want to love something? Don't be afraid to demonize it. Because the moment you're afraid to demonize it, I question whether you truly love it. You can truly love something when you're not afraid to see it for its worst traits. That's why I don't feel bad about villainizing Kazuya. Because if in villainizing him, I can see what makes him so beautiful. Yeah. So no, that's literally what I'm saying, is like Kazuya is unfortunately like running the fuck away. And yeah, anybody could drop their keys, but him dropping his keys is a reflection of him not actually caring. And the moment he almost loses Chizuru, then he gives a shit. Then he actually fucking tries. And what is the cost? Ruka's sexual awakening. It's more indicative of his obliviousness, but I think you're attributing his not caring to that instead. No, the obliviousness is a reflection of the fact that he claims to actually give a shit when he's letting himself be oblivious. He's choosing to be unaware. It is a choice. None of the things that happen there, like every single one of those things that happen in that day could have been completely avoided. If he had just chosen not to go on that date. Or at the very least, not to bring Ruka there and try to have her do the credit card thing for him. Heck, maybe Ruka would have not noticed anything if he didn't try to get the credit card. Because that was the trigger for the change. She's like, wait, why are you getting a credit card all of a sudden? Wait, why do you smell different? Wait, why do you have this weird receipt? Wait, why do your keys look different? It's almost like it started with the credit card. It started with this weird fucking date. These are choices that are shaped with the context that he does for Chizuru. He does all this for Chizuru, right or wrong. And that's the biggest lie of all. He's not doing this for Chizuru. He's doing this for himself. That's the biggest lie of all. He's not doing this for Chizuru. He is doing this to validate his own fears. It's not for Chizuru. Let's not fucking lie to ourselves. Chizuru did not tell him go get a credit card. Chizuru did not tell him fucking keep lying to Ruka and drag her with you to go get a credit card to please me. He could have kept dating Ruka and not done that. Right? They do have a cute date. They go on later and none of this stuff happens. Kazuya could have done it for Chizuru and not dragged Ruka into this. A great example is the chapter Reiji draws for Ruka's event. It is very cute. It is for Ruka. It is all a celebration of Ruka, and there is no Chizuru in sight. Nothing bad happens in that thing. He chose to make it about himself and say it's about Chizuru. That is the difference. Him lying to Ruka to protect Chizuru, fair. Right? Him hiding his relationship with Chizuru from Ruka, fair. Him getting a credit card to woo Chizuru and Ruka getting him the said credit card is pretty fucked up. Like, I remember even Nintendo, who's a very, very adamant, like, wow, Ruka kind of fucking sucks person, was like, wow, Kazuya and Chizuru are kind of being assholes to Ruka right now. But the sad truth is, it's more Kazuya being an asshole than Chizuru. Chizuru didn't fucking ask that from him. That's all I mean. Yes, Kazuya is keeping Chizuru's secret safe by not telling by not telling Ruka. But Chizuru did not make him go get a fucking credit card. He chose to do that. Chizuru did not fucking make him go get a credit card. Chizuru's the true coward here? Hard disagree. Hard disagree. Hard disagree. Hard disagree. Chizuru has some cowardice when it comes to Ruka, but there is a reason for it. There is a reason for some of Chizuru's cowardice with Ruka, and a huge part of it definitely stems from the fact that Ruka has piled on the fucking guilt on Chizuru while Chizuru's been fucking suffering. So I kind of don't really feel all that bad for Ruka when it comes to Chizuru being somewhat cowardice around her. Because I'm like, Ruka, you made her be cowardice around you. You cornered her in the bathroom while she just got fucking crucified by the people she loves and cares about. And you told her she was a bad person for it. I would be a little terrified to talk to this person too. I have felt the exact thing Chizuru feels. And I would say that is 1000% on Ruka. She made Chizuru be afraid of her. I would be a little anxious too. I have had these exact feelings Chizuru described. I felt very terrified to speak to someone, and when I didn't, I'm like, I feel so much relief that I didn't talk to this person. And a huge part of it is because they made me feel scared. They cornered me. They made me feel scared. So I definitely understand where Chizuru is coming from. Mommy and Ruka cornered the ever-living fuck out of her while she was at her lowest. Of course she's gonna be scared and be kind of cowardice around her. And yet she's trying. And now you're seeing who the real coward is. Right? When Chizuru actually tries, you see who the real coward is. It's fucking Ruka. Ruka's the real coward, because when Chizuru calls her, who avoids it? Ruka. Ruka's the one who avoids Chizuru. Ruka's the one who wants to team up with Umi so she can double team Chizuru. So she can go after that relationship. Because rather than actually fighting for real love, she would rather destroy someone else's love to get what she wants. Look, Chizuru has done exactly 0 to end the Ruka situation, even though she started it. And she was relieved when she didn't pick up. Chizuru didn't start it. Ruka admitted Chizuru didn't start it. Don't do that shit. Don't do that shit. Ruka admitted herself Chizuru did not start it. All Chizuru did was give the final push. Chizuru didn't start shit. Chizuru did not start the Ruka relationship. Ruka did that herself. She whined and cried and made people feel bad for her until they gave her the yes she wanted so desperately. Nuh-uh. That final push was everything? Bullshit. Bullshit. Bro, if I gave you a push and you chose to do it, that is partially on me, partially on you, and partially on that person. You cannot say it's purely Chizuru's fault. They were literally feeling bad for a kid crying on the street. What the fuck did you expect them to do? Nah, dude. Ruka cried and whined until she got what she wanted. Kazuya did it for Chizuru. Yeah, he doesn't have to keep doing it for Chizuru. There comes a point where you got to ask yourself, why does he keep doing it for Chizuru? Do you want to do anything for yourself? Do you have no independence? Isn't this bothering you enough? He's tried to end it. A keyword tried. No, not dozens of times, like once. He got on his knees. Yeah, that's not how you break up with someone. He's pushed her away after letting her into his house. Are you starting to see a pattern? For every counter you give me, I can give you another counter. And there's a very specific reason for that, because there is a way to end things, and he's not really doing it. She literally snuck in. That's not fair, because that one is like the most latest piece in a very large line of mistakes. Bro, you're fishing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There's a bit of fishing happening here. You have to understand, Kazuya has given her too much leeway. He's given her far too much leeway. He's like, break up with me, and he asks her to break up. No, you don't ask someone to break up. You're like, hey, I'm sorry. I like someone else. This is not going to work. I'm not asking you to break up with me. This is just done. Right? The problem is Kazuya gave her all the power. You don't give someone all the power. It's your relationship. It's your life. Take autonomy. You don't give someone else the power. Are you noticing a consistent pattern with Kazuya's character? He lets other people control his decision. It's his decision. It is no one else's. And you see it all over Hawaiians. He should talk to Chizuru. He lets Nagomi fucking boss him around. Bro, it's not Nagomi's relationship. Tell her to fuck off for a sec. Every time Nagomi shows up, he lets her control the entire fucking scene. It is not Nagomi's fucking business. He needs to tell her to fuck off for a sec. Hey, Grandma, I just need a second. Please give me a sec. I need you to step away. No. I was literally actively saying this when we were watching season 4. Kazuya's biggest mistake is not taking control. I think you're just letting Chizuru off the hook here. I literally actively criticize Chizuru in front of you, and the moment I start criticizing Kazuya for something that is, in fact, his fucking fault, I'm letting Chizuru off the hook. I think Chizuru has a part to play in Ruka, absolutely. For instance, Chizuru's lack of trust with Kazuya when it comes to Ruka is something that is 2,000% her fault. There you go. I can agree to that. Kazuya choosing not to communicate to Chizuru about Ruka despite her asking regularly, and choosing to just keep Ruka all to himself, even though Chizuru actively told him, I want to be part of this and help you with her, is kind of an indicator of the problem. That's the problem. Kazuya tries to... Look, if Kazuya can't deal with Ruka on his own, why doesn't he reach out for help? He never does this. He never reaches out for help. Okay, you can't deal with her on your own. Fine. Okay, fine. Reach out for help. He doesn't. He just lets Ruka continue to boss him around, and he knows it. It's a repeating pattern. Can we blame all the characters in the manga? I think they're all to blame. Of course, every character has a sense of blame. All I'm trying to focus on is the blame everybody dismisses from Kazuya. That's the problem. It's like when I fixate on a certain blame for a particular character, you guys think I'm excusing another character. I'm not. I can blame them for something very different that is related to that instance. Chizuru has serious trust issues when it comes to Ruka, 1,000%. Even though Kazuya tells her regularly he doesn't love Ruka. And yet Chizuru clearly has some sort of trust issues when it comes to Ruka. She regularly asks about her. She regularly brings her up. And those trust issues reflect a problem that because she's not trusting him when it comes to Ruka, she doesn't see the reality that Ruka is abusing him. At that same time, Kazuya is creating these circumstances for Ruka to occur in his selfish desire to keep pursuing Chizuru. Ruka herself has a lot of fucking problems that can be extended and dragged out and explained in much more detail. But understand, I genuinely believe Kazuya choosing to deal with Ruka the way he has is a reflection of his fault of letting everybody walk all over him. He is not setting true boundaries. And if he can't, he's not reaching out to people who could help him do so. Ruka is a reflection of Kazuya's choices. I genuinely believe this. Ruka is a reflection of Kazuya's choices. Okay, maybe we can go read Reddit or something. What time is it? 6:10. You guys got me for like maybe 20 or 30 more minutes, and then I'll call it. I'm pretty sure I gotta go sleep early today. Okay. Maybe we can start with Varicus. Oh, Varicus. Omata leaves, Umi appears. Omata appears, Umi leaves. Have you ever seen them together in the same room? Maybe they're the same person. Jokes aside, I think you're interpreting a lot into the equation. Omata has only been seen for 2 chapters, and we are going to assume some conspiracy from her and Umi not meeting. Why would Umi lie here? It's likely that Omata knows Umi from being in the same rental agency, and is even possible that she is or was his manager as well. See, I kind of hope Omata isn't his manager, but maybe she just knew him indirectly. I think that would be a little more interesting. Umi and Chizuru were both upcoming actors for the same agency. Were in the same theater troupes. I don't know if they were in the same agency, but they were in the same theater troupe, absolutely. And visited the same acting classes. The lie could easily be exposed if Chizuru had talked to Omata about Umi, but she didn't. Again, I don't quite see the point. Umi probably wouldn't have known about the dress rehearsal if no one told him about it, and Chizuru obviously didn't. Right? And Chizuru could easily very much confirm with Omata, hey, why'd you invite Umi? Right? And Omata could just tell us. So there's no reason to lie there. Yeah, now that I think about it, there's like no reason for Umi to lie there that Omata invited him, because Chizuru could just ask Omata and be like, Ayo, why'd you lie? So I actually don't think I don't think like Umi actually lied about Omata inviting him. I think that's totally true. He might have asked for himself, and she might have told him to come if he was interested. That would count as her inviting him while masking that he is basically asked to see the rehearsal. I think that makes much more sense than him straight up lying. Yeah, I don't think he lied. I'll be real. Okay, this likely refers to Omata, Chizuru's manager. She seems nice, and I would like to see more of her. Okay. It did. Let's get this week's analysis going. Umi is here because Omata invited him. It reminded me that Umi and Chizuru were both part of the same acting school and the same agency. Was it the same agency? I don't recall that. I know they were part of the same acting class and the same acting troupe. They were not part of the same agency. I don't think so. I don't recall Umi ever being in the same agency as Chizuru. So it's not unlikely that Omata is or was Umi's manager as well. Again, not a big fan of that theory, so I'll just drift away from it a little bit. I could say maybe they knew each other, but not necessarily that they had anything going. Umi also probably worked for the director Tokakushi before, since Chizuru mentions that he has more experience with his work. After praising Chizuru's performance and doing small talk, Umi says that he has something to talk about with Chizuru, but she is interrupted, and Umi is gone after that. Chizuru doesn't chase after him. It's still awkward talking to him after rejecting him. We don't learn what Umi wanted here. This is another classic by now of confrontation not being resolved. Yeah, but there's like a purpose for it, you know. Amata seems pretty fond of Chizuru. She says a bright acting future ahead of her. That prompts Chizuru to ask her what she would think if she got a boyfriend. We see her thinking of Kazuya. He still has his old hairstyle. Actually, wait, I did want to know that if Omata said something akin to Kazuya. Yeah, I do want to ask Crumpy if Omata says something that's akin to Kazuya, which is why Chizuru mentions Kazuya. Let me double check with Crumpy really quick. Does Omata... Okay. He still has his old hairstyle because Chizuru hasn't seen his new look yet. The reason Chizuru asks might be because she thinks it could impact her career. After all, if she was chasing after Ai, she would be willing to give up her acting career for Kazuya, right? She probably hoping for advice, right? So, okay, that could be the trigger, right? She mentions Chizuru's future, and Chizuru's future could be impacted by having a boyfriend. So, so naturally, Chizuru asks about that because Kazuya is part of the future. Okay, maybe it's not that she says something similar. Maybe it's just the fact that she mentions the future. Okay. Omata is enthusiastic. She has never heard Chizuru talk about that kind of stuff, so she naturally is interested. But Chizuru is not prepared to actually talk about herself or Kazuya right now, so she says that it's just a hypothetical. Reminds me of Minnie. Omata tells Chizuru that she is impressed with her. She also asks about rental, to which Chizuru answers that she's thinking of quitting. Omata says that she would be fine with anything if it makes Chizuru happy. She also wants Chizuru to introduce her boyfriend to her, since she is curious to see who won her heart. Again, a lot of mini parallels happening here. With Amata, we thus have another person who thinks Chizuru is someone who is hard to get. She plays into the same narrative as Minnie, Umi, and Kazuya himself, that requires serious effort to win Chizuru over. Yeah, I think this is the best way to put it. I was struggling to phrase it, and I think he phrased it really well. The manga constantly reinforces the idea to us, and Chizuru's indecisiveness doesn't exactly combat that image. I still think it's the wrong image. Chizuru isn't looking for someone who goes above and beyond for her. On the contrary, I think that Kazuya doing what makes Chizuru feel less worthy, which only worsens the problem. Yeah, what Kazuya is doing is definitely doing that for sure. Chizuru thinks about what she said, and despite her being despite her being talking about a boyfriend, it still doesn't feel real. It still doesn't feel real to her. She made the decision, but she still can't fully believe that it will be happening. Like the universe won't let her have that. She doesn't feel like she deserves that, as you can see from her saying that she's lucky Kazuya even invited her again in chapter 425. Then there is a rather ominous scene where Shiro talks to Sayuri, saying she doesn't blame her for what happened back then, but that she could come with her next time to apologize. I have no idea what this refers to, and it's not like Sayuri can come with Chizuru to apologize. She might be talking about Hawaiians, where Chizuru apologized to Kazuya's family and friends for the whole rental thing. But even there, Sayuri couldn't have come with her. The next time could then refer to her wanting to apologize again for everything is revealed. How Sayuri is going to help her, though. Yeah, well, we already figured that out. Chizuru is practicing her lines once again in bed before the premiere tomorrow. We have seen that dull dress line in the video in chapter 431 before. The play is going to run for 2 weeks, from June 27th to July 10th. Chizuru didn't give Kazuya tickets yet. She says that she might have a boyfriend in 2 weeks, which likely refers to July 11th. It sounds stupid to her to say that out loud. I will explain my take on Chizuru here once more. Remember that this isn't the only possible explanation for her behavior. Despite the kiss and her reaction after that, I still doubt that she has the epiphany that people wish she had. She still sorry. She still doesn't seem to believe that it is coy she feels. She has made the choice, however, to become Kazuya's girlfriend. This is more due to a lack of options than due to her feelings. She feels responsible for the situation Kazuya is in, and she feels the need to do something about it. Which is really interesting because she doesn't want Sayuri to take responsibility anymore, but she feels the need to take responsibility herself, which is very interesting. Right? She forgives Sayuri, but she doesn't forgive herself. If Kazuya won't give up on her, then her only option is to step up to the position of his girlfriend. He might never become happy otherwise. Chizuru will have to step up her game if she wants to seriously try to make Kazuya happy. She might have to devote herself to him and be willing to make sacrifices for him. It wouldn't be otherwise. She in part uses those 1.5 months to do what she always wanted to do so that she won't have regrets later. We have seen how much she enjoys to act here, and it might not be possible anymore later if she wants to be serious about that relationship with Kazuya. Yeah, that could be another hint with Omata, where the moment Omata asks about her future, Chizuru is clearly having that conflict between needing to go to that rap party and needing to go with Kazuya. There's clearly a conflict occurring. And the fact that to Chizuru it feels like a choice is a problem. The fact that to Chizuru it feels like a choice is a problem. That's not what it should feel like, you know? It's kind of like the superhero dilemma, where it's like doing the right thing versus doing what you desire personally. In the end, we see Kazuya getting ready for his license test. What next? The teaser for next time is graduation, with Kazuya standing in front of the driving exam waiting room, as the sign tells us. This likely refers to the license test. He wants to graduate from driving school. He will probably see next chapter whether he succeeds or not. I think that Kazuya will still need luck. He had a lot of other things to do that just prepare for the license test, and he got the feeling that he would have this in the bag after getting his temporary license. I suspect that he is taking this too easily. My guess was that the current volume, which was the first chapter of, would be the one where shit will hit the fan. With Chizuru's play now underway and Kazuya about to take his license test, we are on a point of no return now. So this would be the suitable moment for things to go wrong. If Kazuya failed this test here, there won't be enough time to redo it before the date. I will say that Kazuya is going to fail his test and Mami is going to graduate. There's no reason why this has to be right. I don't see how Reiji Mijime Sensei wants to do this and what the obstacles are going to be. My predictions have been notoriously wrong. I don't think the Kazuya is actually well prepared, and I don't think he has inherent right to always be lucky. Notes. It sounds stupid to her say that out loud. When Chizuru talks to Omata about her getting a boyfriend, she uses karashi, boyfriend, but when she thinks about having a boyfriend, 2 weeks she uses kobito, lover. This acknowledges that this would be a lover's relationship. It has the kanji for koi, romantic love, in it. Oh, kobito. Interesting. It's edgy in a bit, honey. Yeah, I see what he's talking about, for sure. I can definitely see what he's talking about. Like, shit could definitely not work, you know? I think Kazuya should pass, you know? I think Kazuya should pass, in my opinion. But if he doesn't pass and everyone was right, I'm like, okay, fine. Sure. You know, sure. That's fine. I can't complain. I'm like, yeah, okay, you guys called it. You know, I just think it would be a more interesting subversion for Kazuya to actually pass. And just not feel rewarded by him passing. You know, because he got something and it's not what he actually wanted. It would be interesting if Mami fails. I think. So here's my prediction. And again, it could be completely wrong. One of them is going to pass and one of them is going to fail. If they both pass or both fail, it would be really interesting. But I kind of hope one of them passes and one of them fails. Why? It would create a fascinating dynamic. If Mami passes and Kazuya fails, it acts as a confirmation bias that Mami is better than him. If Kazuya passes and Mami fails, it subverts everything he's come to understand. That, wait, what? How did I pass and she failed? I was under the understanding that she was better than me. If they both pass, well, it's just like, okay, everything is going swimmingly, you know? But this is where it becomes interesting. Why? If they both pass, okay, you got what you wanted. Mami's never going to see him again. Or at the very least, she's not going to keep being able to interact with him regularly. So despite winning, she loses. Right? In contrast, Kazuya wins. He got exactly what he wanted. He thinks he's going to be with Chizuru. But is he? Right? Cool, he got this. Does he have a car? Does he have access to the way he wants to do this? Right? So there has to be a way for Kazuya to fail despite succeeding. Let's say they both fail, right? Let's say they both fail. Well, if they both fail, then that would, for Mami, it's actually kind of a win. Right? If they both fail, for Mami, it's actually kind of a win, because that would mean they would have to do this again. And she can keep interacting with him in the future. For Kazuya, it's devastating. You know, he failed. He didn't succeed. But it would be surprising for him that Mami also failed. Because he would be like, wait, why did she fail? I thought she was supposed to be better than me. This is weird. Wait, did she fail on purpose? Right? So that regardless of what option we ultimately pick, it would be interesting. I disagree. There's a good chance that this is a Ruka chapter. Because are you talking to someone else? I'm assuming you're talking to someone else. It's a Ruka chapter because she's close to graduate and expecting an answer next chapter to Kazuya's situation seems fast. Oh, that's an interesting take, but Kazuya is about to take his test, so it could be both. I don't see why it can't also be a Ruka chapter, where just as Kazuya is graduating from school, so is Ruka graduating. I don't see why it can't be both. Just saying. Because that's a good idea. Ruka graduating from high school? That's a good idea. Granted, I don't know when you're supposed to graduate from high school in Japan. You know? And I do think like it's the graduation element is very important, especially because it's July 4th, aka the day of Independence Day, bro. But it's also like the number 4 in there, so it has the element of death. Like, I feel like it is about Kazuya actually getting his driver's license, specifically because of Independence Day, specifically because of how the arc started, which is Kazuya being driven somewhere by someone else. Now he's independent, he can drive himself. So it makes a little more sense to, at the very least, have it be about driving for Kazuya. If you want to include Ruka in there, sure. I just don't know when high school tends to graduate. What day is high school graduation in Japan? March. Really? Starts in April and ends in... Wait, what? Wait, what? How can it start in April and end in March? That makes no sense. Graduation's from mid to late March. Weird. So Ruka doesn't graduate until next year. So that doesn't make any sense. So it doesn't make any sense for Ruka to graduate. I could also see graduation be related to sex. Because they often like to use the word graduation when it comes to, losing your virginity. You graduated from being a virgin. That kind of thing. So I could definitely see that being a play here. You know? Oh, you're no longer a virgin. Congratulations, you graduated. I don't know if they would use this particular word, but I could definitely see it being relevant. The only way Kazuya to fail is that he always distracts himself by constantly thinking about Chizuru and the date. Or, he's overcome with pressure. Chizuru doesn't think it's weird that Omada invites him. Yeah, Chizuru definitely doesn't think it's weird that Omada invited Umi. Again, Umi might have some sort of presence in this play. We don't know what, but he could. He clearly has some connection to Omata. Omata does ask if she found a Hito, good guy, which plays into a lot of the team stuff from chapter 434. E-team stuff? What are you referring to? I'm a little confused. The E-team, like, what does that have to do with that chapter? Like, I know what you're referring to. I just don't understand. What is... Oh. Does that sound like E? Ito? Ito? Oh, E as in good. Ito. Okay. The illusion of a good guy. Okay. I see. Yeah, I see. The illusion of a good guy. Yeah. Again, that plays directly into the cover for volume 45, where we literally see Chizuru's book that's written in hiragana, where it literally says, like, the bad woman and the good man, and good and bad are written in vague words, so you don't know what good is and what bad is. I'm still thrown off by the internship chapter. That chapter felt weird. I've explained it a few times, but the internship chapter is literally like, it's intentionally one-off. So okay, let me explain it one more time. What is the point of the internship chapter? The internship chapter is a one-off. That is the point of it. That is the point of this chapter. It is a one-off, but it gives you the illusion it's not a one-off. The point of this chapter is you see this man, and you get the inclination he is not a one-off character because he has a face, because he takes charge, because he seems important. You are tricked, you are coerced, you are played into believing this character is going to matter. You are tricked into believing this chapter is going to matter. Thematically, that is the element here. That is the point of this chapter. You don't understand characters. This chapter is important specifically because it doesn't matter. That's the point of this chapter, in my opinion. It's matters specifically because it doesn't matter. Because you were tricked, you were convinced into it mattering. Just as Kazuya is convinced that everything he's doing matters. Just as we are convinced that everything is going according to something that we believe is truly happening. And what Reishi is telling you is you don't understand. You have been tricked. You have been played. You have been manipulated. You have been tricked into believing something is truly happening when it is not. That is kind of, in my opinion, the point of this chapter. It tricks you. It gives you the inclination this person matters. It does it from the opening page. The literal opening page. Faceless, faceless, has a face and has a face. This person must matter. He has a face. No one else in this chapter has a face, therefore this person must matter. Right? This person must matter because he has a face. Because he has a big introduction. Right? It's talking about how certain people you think are going to matter in your life don't matter. It's talking about how it's very easy to interpret something as very important or something to look up to and idolize when maybe you don't understand it at all. This character can be a reflection of Umi. He can be a reflection of Chizuru. I think once we get more on this, more of what's going on in the manga, we can understand this chapter significantly more. I don't think we understand this chapter as well as we think we do. And the true meaning of this chapter is, in my opinion, rooted in the idea of us believing something is one way because of the way it is presented to us. Which matters a lot to the narrative. Why? Because of acting. And this directly plays into Kazuya's conclusion from the earlier chapter. Right? So Kazuya comes to a very particular conclusion, and so does Ruka. Ruka comes to a conclusion about Umi specifically because of how Umi appears to Ruka. Right? Because of how Umi appears to Ruka, she comes to a conclusion about him. Okay? Then we cut to Kazuya. Kazuya comes to a very particular conclusion. There isn't a difference between Ichinose and Mizuhara. Except, this is based on what has been presented to him. There is a difference. But based on what's been presented to him, he thinks there is not. And the current chapter proves that without a doubt. The current chapter proves that in its cover page. This is Mizuhara and this is Ichinose. They're not the same person. They look completely different. This is Ichinose, the actress, and this is Mizuhara. They look completely different. And yet Kazuya is under the impression that they're totally the same. There is a similarity. 100%. There is a through line. There is a through line of similarity that is being professional. Right? And yet, do these things look the same? So it raises the question to you, are you seeing the same thing? Are they truly the same? There's a through line of professionalism, but is that the real Chizuru, right? The professionalism, is that all there is to Chizuru, that she's a very good professional? Or is there more? Right? A clear line is drawn between these two. Yet Kazuya seems to believe they're not so different. Yet, I would say they're very different. Yet also quite similar. Kazuya doesn't want to focus on the differences, he wants to focus on what's similar. But you do need to see the differences to recognize the true similarities. And I think that's something he definitely does not notice. Well, I didn't notice how Chizuru... Look how Chizuru turns her legs inwards. That's so cute. Look at how Chizuru turns her legs inwards. That's so cute. She's very like wishy-washy and like very timid. She's so timid. It's so cute. Oh, she's adorable. Why is she so fucking cute? She's so goddamn timid. Yeah. Do you have a favorite manga panel? It's one I tend to call back to a lot. But yeah, let me find it. It's my favorite scene and probably my favorite panel. Chapter 31. Favorite scene, favorite panel. I think it captures the series perfectly. That is the one. Do you think that Awakening Ruka had as actually? Do you think Awakening Ruka was actually earlier when she slept over and Ruka talked about not being attractive and Kazuya went on top and talked about wanting to do it but restraining himself? No. No, that was not Ruka's sexual awakening. That was not Ruka's sexual awakening. That was Ruka wanting to have sex, to validate her insecurity. She even says it. Ruka at the early parts of the series wanted to have sex to validate her insecurity. Because if she had sex, it would mean she's an adult. It would mean she's desired. That's very much what it was. Early parts of the series, Ruka wanting to have sex was about being desired. It's a direct parallel to Asuka from Evangelion. Asuka from Evangelion very deeply wishes to be desired, and she thinks she can get that by literally having someone desire her, like physically. So she literally tries to get like an older man to desire her more than another woman. It's a direct parallel to Ruka. Later parts of the series, Ruka, like the first awakening she has, quote unquote, at least the awakening to kissing, I guess, starts when she kisses him at his birthday. That's when Ruka becomes a little more vulnerable to kissing, you know? And she starts getting into physical touch a little more. But Kazuya never touched her in any place she hadn't been touched before. In particular, like an area like the thighs, which are very, like when you touch someone in the thighs, it's a very like, how do I describe it? It's close to your crotch. So you feel something a little different sometimes. You know, don't just do that to people. Mind you, do not just do that to people. That's wrong. Okay? But I'm just saying, like, when you touch someone there, it's a little different. And for a character like Ruka, who's never been seemingly touched there, she's had moments that were like a lot. Like she's had Kazuya like touch her back and her legs, but never quite like this. In particular, because he was literally actually looking at her crotch, right, when it happened. It's a little different. It's intentionally presented as sexual because Kazuya is literally right there between her legs. Whereas before, Kazuya was like touching her from behind, like putting ointment on or something like that. Or he's putting sunscreen on or something. You know? He never directly touched her in a particularly sexual way. There's another added factor to that element of why it's a sexual awakening. In particular, because of how much Ruka was starting to touch him while he was not reciprocating. That's the biggest element. Kazuya was not reciprocating any physical touch with Ruka for a good 3 months. And then on top of that, she finally started touching him again under the false hope that Chizuru's gone, even though she knows it's nonsense. But she still started touching him, and he let her touch him. And that touching slowly started escalating. You were getting clues of that escalation in her starting to kiss him on the cheek or touch him in the butt or like touch him in all these other places. So she was literally essentially starting to slowly have her sexual awakening in general just because she was touching him. She was also getting older, and these are experiences she wants to have. So sex transformed later. So sex is not simply about being desired anymore. It's literally about fulfilling her own personal selfish desire. So her wanting to be desired is a selfish desire, but now it's not, she doesn't care if she's desired. Right? In the moment that it's happening, she doesn't care if she's desired. She just wants to fulfill her internal desire to have sex. And that's the difference between the earlier parts of the series. It is a sexual awakening because it does not give a shit about how Kazuya feels. That's why it's a sexual awakening. It doesn't give a shit about how Kazuya feels. It is pure raw lust. It is driven lust. That's why I call it a sexual awakening. It is not the same as before because she wanted to be desired before. And if she was desired, it would verify, it would what is it? Like let her feel better about her inferiority complex. This isn't about the inferiority complex. This isn't about any of that. She wanted sex so fucking bad, she didn't care if she was second. She didn't care if it was going against everything she claimed to believe in. That's what made it so scary and dangerous. She was completely overtaken by lust. Ruka literally did not give a fuck. That is literally why I say it's a sexual awakening. She didn't care about anything else, including Kazuya. She busted into his house, got on top of him, and started kissing him even though he wasn't fucking responding. He was literally laying there on the floor. He wasn't responding. Like, that's what I mean. It's purely driven lust. There's nothing else there. That is specifically why I call it a sexual awakening. Because before, she would kiss and do things, but it wasn't purely driven by lust. Like, this is a desire she wants to fulfill. Kazuya got paralyzed? Yes, he kind of shut down. So he can't cope with what's happening to him, so he shuts down. Like that incident with Ruka, what it does is show you who Kazuya is under pressure. One of the ways you can test a character. So here. I'm going to teach you a little bit about writing. I'm going to teach you just a tad bit about writing. One of the ways you can truly see who a character is, at least in that moment in the story, is to see how they act under pressure. When pressure is applied to a character, you can see who they truly are. So when pressure is applied to Kazuya, what happens, right? In 403, when pressure is applied to Kazuya's character, what happens? He does 3 particular things. 1, he runs. 2, he freezes. 3, right? Where's 3? There's a third one. Right, 3, he pushes away. Right? So 1, he runs. 2, he freezes. 3, he pushes away. What does Ruka do? Right? When pressure is applied to Ruka, she pleads, she pulls, and she holds on. Kazuya sometimes is a lame, pathetic, weak man. This isn't about necessarily being a lame, pathetic, weak man in this particular instance. This is about who Kazuya has become. Kazuya was not this. That's the thing. Kazuya was not this. He became this in his quest and his desire. Right? Kazuya in the past was not this. Because you can see an earlier instance where pressure is applied to Kazuya's character, and this is not how he acts. Right? Again, a great instance is when Ruka actually stayed over in the past. When pressure is applied to Kazuya's character, how does he act? At first, he tries to hide, pretend it isn't there. But then, when he is reminded of what he needs to do, what does he do? He steps up, holds someone in place, tells them the truth, and asks them to leave. He is a gentleman. He gets his shit together. He overcomes his desires. So the last time pressure was applied to Kazuya, he is not overcome by his desires, he overcomes them. This is the opposite. This is Kazuya being overcome by his desires. His desires are so strong, they completely, utterly overwhelm him. He is so scared in confronting his desires, he would rather run the fuck away. What this is indicating to you, and the reason Reiji depicts this, is that this is not the same character. And at the same time, if you call him a weak, pathetic man, it unfortunately invalidates what has happened to him, right? It unfortunately invalidates what has happened to him, because even if Kazuya does not confront the Ruka the way he should be confronting Ruka, he is not a weak, pathetic man for it. And this is why I don't like this description and why I never agreed to it. Because if you describe him this way, you are in turn validating the belief that he was not sexually assaulted. Whether that is your intention or not, it is true. Because in this instance, Kazuya is not a lame, pathetic, weak man. He is not weak. He literally doesn't know how to fight back. I would argue, you could say maybe Kazuya made himself weak. I wouldn't say he's lame and pathetic here. I would say Ruka is lame and pathetic. Dude, Ruka, when Kazuya runs away, pleads and starts crying and asking him not to go, and her solution is to sexually assault him when he feels bad for her. So I would say Ruka is more the weak, pathetic one. And kind of lame. Kazuya, in this particular instance, if anything, actually, there's another thing that happens here, is the thing I described here is when he pushes her away, it reflects him trying to be true to himself. Right? This is the last ember, if you will. Right? Despite literally being out of all options and fuel, there's a last bit of ember where he tries to resist and fight back. And that ember is very easily squashed. Or put out, if you will. So no, Kazuya is not a weak, pathetic man. If anything, he's so loyal to someone he mentally shuts down. He's so loyal to someone he mentally shuts down and tunes someone out. He literally mentally disassociates from his body. And I think in viewing Kazuya as lame here and pathetic, we ultimately demean what has been done to him. Which is that a lame, pathetic person, in this particular case Ruka, has sexually assaulted someone to gratify her own sexual desires. In that sense, Kazuya is not a lame, pathetic person. He has been sexually assaulted and made to feel lame and pathetic, because this is what abusers do. Abusers want you to feel lame and pathetic. They want to feel superior to you, when they are in fact the lame and pathetic one. They are the pieces of shit. They are the weak ones. And that's why Ruka is so pathetic here. Okay? Now, did Ruka... Right? So, like, for this, it's like, okay, people were blaming Kazuya for this. It's like, oh, don't degrade yourself for this guy. I'm like, fuck you. She's choosing to do this. He didn't make her do this. He tried to fucking leave, and she clung on anyway. And that's what I was trying to highlight to you. When pressure is applied to Ruka's character, she clings. She refuses to let go. She pleads, she pulls, she holds on. When pressure is applied to Kazuya's character, he runs. Because he doesn't know what else to do anymore. Confrontation doesn't work for him, so he runs. He freezes when someone pleads because he feels bad. That shows he's a good person. Right? He shows he doesn't want to hurt people, but at the same time, he freezes because he doesn't know how to deal with that. And he pushes away as his last resort. Because he can't literally do anything. He can just say what he knows. That's what I mean. Yes, Kazuya does do pathetic and lame things, but in this particular instance, I would not describe what happened to Kazuya as lame and pathetic or weak. Rather, the unfortunate truth is he's been conditioned that he is weak. He's not weak. The fact that he resists under pressure is what shows that matters here. But eventually, what it shows is that resistance is futile. In this particular case, resistance is futile, at least for him, because he couldn't fight back. Kazuya's new theme should be The Animal I've Become by 3 Days Grace. God, is that edgy song I used to listen to when I was like 13? Must be that edgy song. I think they've made like Naruto AMVs about it. Am I crazy? Is that the one I'm thinking of? I gotta praise Chizuru in this one. She always has her shit together, but Kazuya in this case is a weak man child. I hard disagree. Hard disagree. There's a literal parallel to this exact scene with Chizuru with Kazuya on top of her, and she clearly does not have her shit together. What are you on about? Roman, your interpretations of these scenes are utterly fascinating to me because I literally just told you to not call him this way because it demeans what has been done to him, and you proceed to do it again. Like, I'm actually kind of disappointed, dude. Your solution to me describing to you why this is wrong. A weak person does that? A weak person does what? Get sexually assaulted? A weak person gets sexually assaulted. Is that what you're saying? Because if so, I've actually kind of lost faith in everything you have to say. Oh, it worked. Okay. I'd like to see if we can end this on a slightly more positive note than whatever that was. Let me see if I have anything else I would like to talk about or share. Wait, what? They moved where photos are placed. Wait, they moved where the likes are placed and you can find them under history? That's weird. Wait, they moved likes to history. That's weird. Okay, let's see what our friend here had to say. You must not make a mistake of misjudging what you should listen to and what you need to listen to. A whisper came from a hole through which the fourth instar cicada had crawled out. She thinks she should have listened. The spiteful Linda tells Sukifun a sincere wish that she had subtly slipped into the fictional story. Cute. Hey, Fate, what's your prediction for the next chapter? Well, we talked about Kazuya graduating. I've said it a few times. I'm like, it could go a bunch of different ways. Kazuya graduating, Kazuya failing, who knows? Yeah, not really sure. I think Kazuya will graduate, to be honest. I think it's a very real chance Kazuya will graduate. If Mommy fails, it would be interesting. If Mommy succeeds, it would also be interesting. I think it's pretty objective. Imagine you're a grown-ass man, you let yourself be sexually assaulted by a little girl. You're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot. It's for these exact reasons that there are people who get away with sexual assault. It's for these exact stupid, toxic masculinity bullshit that people get away with sexual assault. It doesn't matter who it is. You can be sexually assaulted. It does not matter. A small little girl can absolutely abuse a grown-ass man. And you would be stupid to think otherwise. Because when it happens to you, and then when you say, oh, how was I supposed to be sexual by this little girl? You don't recognize what's actually happened to you. That this small little person can have significantly more power than a grown-ass man. Power is not about literal physical strength. That's what you're fundamentally misunderstanding. Power is not about literal physical strength. Power can be emotional. Someone can touch you in the right place and you will fucking freeze and fall over. And that is not something you just have control over. I think it's even more pathetic to state that just because someone is a small little girl, that you can't be sexually assaulted by them. I utterly despise that stance. It is demeaning to men. You want men to be better, and yet you would demean them if a little girl would be able to sexually assault them. I would argue you're not a supporter of men. I would argue you don't actually support men. You support men under a certain lens. They have to fit a little picture for you to actually support men. In that same way, this is demeaning to women. Because just because a girl is small, it doesn't mean she's not actually strong. A girl can be small, and if she kicks you in the balls, you're falling over. I'd like to see you get up from that. Right? Size is meaningless. It can matter in a fight. Yeah, let's say you're a fucking boxer and you're a featherweight and you fight a heavyweight. Good luck. Good luck surviving a punch from that, man. You're not getting up. But at that same time, in real life, it's not that simple. You have your nails, you have your mouth, you have your teeth. Use everything you got. It doesn't matter. Those things are nonsense. You have limited your perspective to size and gender. And that is what's stopping you from seeing the reality. For instance, did you know for lions, the women are the ones who hunt? The male lion's a little bitch. It's really not so simple. And I'm just very, very against this stance. It's very short-sighted. It's incredibly short-sighted. That is literally the point of the framing of the scene where Ruka actually assaults him. That is literally the intentional point of the framing. It is asking you who is actually in charge here. Who actually has the position of power here? And that is the point of chapter 404. That is the question being posed to you. I think it's 404. Yeah, there we go. That is the question being posed to you. Who has the power here? The big guy or the little girl? And it's clearly the little girl. Your perception of how these people appear has blinded you to the reality of their relationship. That one is in control and one is not. And because one looks bigger, therefore he must be the one in charge. Therefore, he must be the one with more power. This in turn blinds you to the fact of the relationship, that just because someone is large, they have more power in it, which is not how a relationship is even supposed to function. A relationship is not about power. It's about a bond. Whereas this has become about power. And Ruka clearly has significantly more power than him. You are blinded by the eroticism. You are blinded by her small stature. You don't recognize how much power she actually has. I bet a lot of dudes would fucking crumble if a girl touched their dick. They would literally fall the fuck over. Like, are you kidding me? A lot of y'all talk a big fucking game. But if a girl so much as touches you, you're falling the fuck over. Like, I'm gonna be real. So, yeah. I think I'm just gonna end it here. Female spiders kill their men after mating. Like, there's a lot of, like, very powerful women that just look small and weak when they're fucking not. Hell, mommy should be an indicator to you. Mommy is probably like the shortest out of everyone. And she fucking plays people like a damn fiddle. She had a bunch of men running around her fingers. Like, don't underestimate people just because of how they appear. That is a mistake. And Reiji is challenging that perception. Heck, everyone is like under the impression Ruka's very much in the wrong. Like, even Japanese fans are starting to believe it after what she did in the recent chapters. Like literally, when she does it again in this chapter, 424, when she does it again, even Japanese fans were like, wait, this is kind of fucked up. What the hell? Okay. I think I'm going to call it here. Hit a solid 5 hours at 7 o'clock. I got to get ready for bed. Well, it's more of a mental and psychological thing rather than just because one is men, one is woman or size. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of other factors at play here. Like Kazuya was very physically vulnerable, which is something we're not considering. Kazuya was very sexually deprived. He was very physically vulnerable, and Ruka abused that vulnerability. Like a lot of motherfuckers beat their meat, and you know they're craving touch. A lot of us crave physical touch, and what did Ruka do? She abused the fact that Kazuya craved physical touch. She used that against him. Like this is abuse. Period. She literally did what men do to women. We hear a lot of Mother's Farm, and yet Kazuya didn't scout it, which is interesting. I think after this part, he might scout it. There's a chance after this part, Kazuya might actually scout it. Okay. I actually should stop now, so I will call it for now. I actually will stop now. We can maybe continue tomorrow. It really depends on the time. I'll have to figure it out. My schedule for the upcoming weeks isn't set in stone, but I'll find out how it's going to be like. I'll let you guys know. Take care. Have a good day. See you later.